Welcome to everybody watching the VOD. I'm just going to mostly be playing all of these through. And I'll be in chat, in stream chat. I won't be talking over it. At least I'm not planning to. So, let's get started with River City Ransom EX.
Hi there, I'm Saria, and I'm here to provide a submission video for River City Ransom EX. River City Ransom EX is a 2004 Game Boy Advance remake of the NES beat-em-up with RPG elements, River City Ransom. River City Ransom EX recreates the story mode of the original title, adding tons of new characters and bosses, and revamping the fighting into a mind-bogglingly robust new system. This game allows players to embark on basically any type of journey they want. They can take Alex and Ryan on a simple, nostalgic trek through River City, or they can use the game's expansive customization options to craft a wildly souped-up new character and absolutely lay waste to unfortunate thugs. In this video, I will submit both of those options for consideration. Two different ways to speedrun the easiest difficulty mode. Any percent wussy mode no cheats, and any percent wussy mode. For the former category, I pose an estimated completion time of 11 minutes, while the latter category should be very safely estimated at 6 minutes. The any percent wussy mode no cheats category basically restricts players to a speedrun of River City Ransom EX in its vanilla state. They must use unaltered versions of Alex or Ryan, change none of the provided physics menu options, and use no character names which activate built-in cheat codes. This creates an experience reminiscent of River City Ransom runs shown at past marathons, lovingly termed a running simulator with a boss rush. However, the gameplay itself is quite different, using tons of careful instant dash attacks for crowd control, precise and silly boss quick kills, and flashy special attacks which take advantage of the game's flexible physics. This game loop tasks the player with traversing River City and stopping to fight enemy gangs in rooms where required bosses appear upon the room being cleared. Defeating 6 specific bosses opens up the last area where 2 more required fights finish the game, including a comedic, dismissive glitch kill of the final boss. River City Ransom EX features 15 unique gangs, all with different strength levels and AI quirks. Each room has its own probability pools to determine which gang appears upon players entering. In any percent wussy mode no cheats, players hope for the good fortune of seeing the weakest gangs throughout the entire run, where the least amount of hits are required to dispel all of the foes. While grinding for personal best times, runners are eventually forced to re-enter many required fight rooms until they're lucky enough to see an enemy group weak enough to fight quickly. However, in a marathon setting, there's little downside to buckling down against any enemy gang that appears. Adaptive brawls against stronger, more resilient foes would be a safe addition to the experience of showing off the game. River City Ransom EX is immensely more forgiving than its NES counterpart. Even an unlucky run forcing an experienced player to fight all of the strongest gangs poses a low threat of major setbacks. Even though any percent wussy mode no cheats is the more volatile of the two categories I'm presenting in this video, it is still remarkably non-volatile, and a large amount of no reset runs will see the majority of runs finish quite close to a median time of less than 10 minutes. The unrestricted any percent wussy mode category, on the other hand, is a fireworks show, which basically cannot go awry. This category uses an already maximally strengthened character with full application of the game's powerful move customization system. This godlike character soars through the city unopposed, relentlessly teleporting back and forth across the rooms to decimate enemies in a single hit. It's high octane, input heavy, and frenetic, but immensely safe all the way through, for a marathon that is, not for anyone else in River City. The worst possible mishaps that could occur in this run would be accidentally leaving rooms in the middle of fights. However, the fights are over so quickly, having to start one over from the beginning really isn't that big of a deal. The vast majority of any percent wussy mode speedruns are shoe-ins for 5 minutes or less, but the 6-minute estimate should be a very reliable safety net, even with multiple worst-case scenarios in the same run. This game is also ripe with potential for donation incentives. Because River City Ransom EX allows players to rename their character, donors can bid war to select the hero's name. Also, just like in the NES version, Cindy can be optionally rescued after the defeat of the Dragon Twins, and whether or not we do so can also be decided by a donation incentive. A smorgasbord of other optional quests exist in this game, but that one is the closest to the actual story path. Also conveniently placed in the main travel route is one of River City Ransom's most famous shops. That's right, the sauna is back in River City Ransom EX in sparkling 32-bit graphics. A visit to the sauna could also be earned by donors. Another possible incentive could be a category upgrade from any % wussy mode to the hardest difficulty mode, adding only 2 minutes to the 6-minute estimate. The hardest difficulty speedrun is quite similar to any % wussy mode, but involves some different boss fights due to their immensely increased health. This category grants the added luster of dominating the highest difficulty the game has to offer, but our special custom character still easily and comically eviscerates even the most powerful opponents. I will cover this category with more detail in its own video. River City Ransom EX is a stunningly feature-heavy remake. It seems like the developers wanted players to be able to craft countlessly diverse adventures through River City, and this makes it not only wonderful to replay casually, but fascinating to replay with speed as the main focus. Thank you for considering this game for your marathon. Good luck with the event. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at my provided contact mediums. I will now provide example speedruns of both versions of any % wussy mode, starting with the no cheats category and followed by the unrestricted category. Enjoy! Hey everybody, I'm Saria, and I'm going to show you a speedrun of River City Ransom EX in the category any % wussy mode, no cheats. Basically, that just means I'm going to speedrun the game in its most vanilla state on the easiest difficulty mode. I'm going to use Alex by himself because we don't want any allies, they just get in the way, and Alex's Dragon Kick can hit enemies when they're laying down on their backs and on their stomachs, so he's faster to use. With all that, we're gonna go ahead and get started here. In 3, 2, 1, go. Now the first thing we're going to do here as soon as I leave this first room is immediately go back into the first room really quick, because there's going to be a character waiting there who wants to join us, and we're going to tell him no, because again, we don't want any allies, and by leaving that room it basically tells him no. That stops him from showing up in a required boss room later on where he would be asking to join us again, so that just saves us time later on in skipping a little cutscene. Now we're going to stop here in a room where we're going to spawn a required boss to fight, and we're going to face the frat boys. That's nice because they go down in one hit. Pretty face guy ran away, but not the stamina specialist. We're just gonna take care of him like that. And you know what? That was fun. Goodbye, Moose. Touchdown! In this game, it counts to defeat bosses by throwing them into bottomless pits, unlike the NES version, so we can use that to our advantage here. And in that room, I was doing something called spawning manipulation, which I'm going to be doing throughout the entire speedrun. Basically, while enemies are spawning, I'm going to be walking away from them to make sure they spawn on my level. And now we're about to fight in the next place, the warehouse. We hope to see the frat boys again, but there's a very low chance they'll be here. Yep, they're the mob. They're the most likely to appear. And they, instead of taking 1 hit to take out, they take about 16 billion hits. And that's not good for a speedrun in our circumstances. But because this is a marathon run, I'm just gonna have some fun and fight them anyway. I'm gonna do some fully charged dash jumping weapon throws. That's the strongest attack that we have in the game. That's not a special move. And we can also just use our enemies as weapons as well. This is just a really fun game with so many fun mechanics. That tire bounced straight over him. That was not as useful as I was hoping. Oh, this game. It's so fun. It's so interesting. That's alright. We got him anyway. I'm actually gonna get this tire out of here because that's in the worst possible place to do this boss quick kill. You see how there's a wall over here? No, there's not. Goodbye, Rocco. I hope you don't mind me breaking reality to take you out there. So, when you're trying to grind for personal bests in that game, that would be a reset, seeing that incredibly slow gang there, but we're fine here. I love showing off this game's mechanics. Now I'm going to try a boss quick kill here.
I got really bad luck with his timing of being hit there in the air. And he did an invincible hop attack, which ruined my backup. That's pretty classic. That's River City Ransom EX, but it's okay. Even when things go really badly in this game, it's so incredibly marathon safe. It costs you a little bit of time, but it's not going to cost you everything. The NES version is so unforgiving, and this version is so incredibly forgiving. Now we have a little ways to run to get to our next place where we have to fight a required boss. And there's a low chance that we're going to get hit on the way. Again, unlike the NES version. We're just gonna run back through the warehouse where we're probably gonna see the frat boys because, okay, never mind. Usually the frat boys like to show up when I am not having to fight them just to taunt me. River City Ransom EX has a sense of humor. Alright, next room is coming up here, and I'm gonna be continuing to do spawning manipulation, running away from where people are spawning. I'm not gonna fight the locals. That's the only gang I am straight up not going to fight until the end. They are just way too unpredictable, way too unforgiving for our purposes, for now. And this chain is useful because it can hit enemies behind me as well as in front of me, and it, when you charge it up a little bit, it does 12 damage, which is enough to take out these jocks. And now I'm going to do the fully charged dash jumping weapon throw. Maybe. There we go. It's really precise. I'm going to do it to also start this boss fight because, again, it's the strongest regular attack we have, and it's fun, and it feels cool. And there goes Turk. I'm going to keep this chain because it can be useful to fight some gangs in this room. Every single gang in the game can appear in this room. The dragons are nice because, again, they only take one hit to take out, but they're kind of like the locals in that they have very interrupty AI and very hard to deal with sometimes, but I'm doing the best I can. That was a pretty good fight. I'm going to pick up the chain to try to start this next boss fight with because rocks are really difficult. Oh my gosh, apparently this is as well. My bad, and then I missed my dash there. That's okay. Well, at least we got the big damage off that first hit. It was a little bit unclean starting the fight, but now we're in this situation. Caveman strats, just using Dragon Kick over and over, buffering the attack so that the game doesn't make me pick up a weapon instead. And now we're going to stop to pick up an item here, the Pump Sneaks. Now, Ice Age 70, a few years ago, found that despite the fact that every time you start a playthrough, every single shop you enter is going to have a random item list where the item you want might not be there. If you see the item you want in a shop and then leave the shop, beat the game, and then without resetting the game, start a new playthrough and go back to the shop, that same item list will show up for you. And so that was a way for me to guarantee that the Pump Sneaks were going to be there. I just made sure they were there in my last playthrough, and then I started the game again, and they were there. So that's a nice thing that Ice Age 70 found. And now we got the internationals here. They are fine to fight, except the stamina specialist is going to be a little squirrely there. It's fine. And now I'm going to try another boss quick kill. Whoop. Nice, okay, he recovered in midair there, but I stayed crouched by the edge with a charged up attack. That increases my chance to block, so he has a chance after he recovers in midair to do a special move where he becomes a human homing missile and then tries to come back onto the playing field and hit you. But if I stand right there, even if I don't block, I can just face tank it, he'll bounce off and harmlessly go back into the pit. We got the internationals again. For some reason, in this difficulty mode, they only have 10 health compared to the jocks earlier on who had 12. This game is weird. They are blocking all the time. That's pretty common. The internationals like to be like that for you. It's a shame, but it's okay. They're done for, and now I'm going to set up another boss quick kill. Never mind, that's gonna happen. Oh shoot. That's fine, I got it. Perfect, I got the perfect cut. I caught him on his feet there. And I don't know if I explained this earlier, but in this game, you can catch people on their feet as they're falling to get them standing back up again. In this game, when enemies are falling down or laying on the ground, you deal significantly less damage than you do when you deal full damage when they're standing on their feet. So sometimes, if you do a very precise timing, you can catch enemies back on their feet as they're falling, and you can go back to dealing full damage again. And now we've got the last group fight in the game. The Plague are here. They're the most common gang to show up. Again, I'm going to be using them against each other, do some weapon throws to take them out. Perfect. Oh, that would have been nice if he had just gone straight into my kick there. That's okay. Pretty good Plague fight there. And now the ferocious Dragon Twins. I'm going to try and keep them together at all costs. Very nice. Okay, and now they're against the wall, so now I can just buffer dragon kicks. Hopefully they do something called an invincible hop attack like that, which can allow them to get away. Hopefully they don't do it again. But even if they do, it's not that big of a deal. They're not going to immediately kill you like in the original NES version. And now the climactic final battle versus Slick. Ooh, that was intense. Alright, we just barely got him there. That's the second room in the game where you can do that. And time! That is River City Ransom EX, any percent wussy mode, no cheats. And again, any percent wussy mode, no cheats basically just means that we're playing the game in its most vanilla state using a vanilla version of Alex and changing no in-game customization options like gravity or speed or anything like that. And Alex looks proud of what he's done today, and sure, he didn't do too bad. We got decent luck with gangs. We had to reset one room because of the locals at one point. They didn't show up for us to have to fight at any point. I would have kind of liked to show off just how incredibly awful they are to fight on that top floor or something, but that's okay. We got a faster run as a result of not having to fight them. Things went mostly alright there. I was able to use my dash attacks to crowd control everybody. I was able to spawning manipulate fairly well. And I got the gym jump to get up to the top floor. We did not have to fight Otis in the gym like you have to in the NES version. That's one of the changes in this version of the game, where you're required to fight Moose instead of not having to in the NES version. They changed a few of the required bosses in this version. I just really, really love the River City franchise, the Kunio-kun franchise. I always have since I was even before a toddler. I think this is River City Ransom NES was the first game I ever played, and it's just such a joy to be able to bring it to more people. If you are watching this run as a part of considering it for a speedrunning marathon, I really hope that this gave you all the information you needed. I hope that anybody watching this found this entertaining or informative. Thank you so much, and I'll see you around. Have a good one, everybody. Dream on, friends. Peace. Alright, now are you all ready for River City to truly see what terror looks like? And they're going to like it. Let's put Frost in there. I'm going to put myself in Ryan's spot, because that will give us less dialogue toward the end of the game. And it's time. It's time for the beauty of destruction. And it's time, once we get into the game, to change two options. +2 movement speed for all characters, +2 gravity for all characters. Here we go. Look at this running speed, and we're only just getting started. Check this out. I'm going to use the enemies as a bridge to get to the next area. That's actually going to affect something even more than you think. That's the worst possible spawning pattern. I don't care, because we're just going to keep going with it. I would like to be able to have positioning set up so that I can just teleport from coin to spawn people in as fast as possible, but that's okay. We only lost about, I don't know, 3 or 4 seconds there from the game doing the absolute worst possible things it could have done to me in that room. With that horrendous spawning and everybody just running immediately away from the coins. That's about as bad as the things could possibly go, and look how fast it went. Oh, nice little bug there. Okay, here we go. I keep messing up. I think I'm waiting just too long because I'm playing with almost half a second of input lag here. Boom. That's the mob taken care of. They're one of the more resilient gangs in the game, and also I'm going to throw some tires at Rocco because I'm tired of him. Now we can just hop into this bottomless pit and lose half of our money, which at this point, as you can see in the top right, is a heck of a lot of money. And now we're just going to say hi to Blade and bye to Blade because he can't handle our spinning technique. It's just so gorgeous. Let's not fall into the pit. That would be awkward. We've already lost half of our life savings. Let's not do it again. Let's go back through the warehouse. Now we're just running as fast as basically a human being could ever conceive to run, all the way to our next required boss. We just have to stop to fight stop to spawn bosses by beating everybody in their spawning rooms as fast as possible. Now I'm trying to set up what I was trying to set up earlier and have like a back and forth between two halves of the room. So the next person that I'm targeting should ideally be right next to the coin of the last person. He blocked it! Oh my goodness! What a Chad! One of the weaker gangs in the game, and they just blocked the unstoppable might of my teleport kick. Then he immediately was passed over into the next realm after that, but he still became legend. He still will be written down in history. Anyway, I've already forgotten about him, and now we're gonna wait for a moment here to use one of the enemies on the other side to teleport, and now we're gonna wait here for a moment. This room's a bit weird. The enemy spawns can kind of be all over the place. It's easy to accidentally run out of this room as well, so I'm trying to be careful as well. That actually went really well, and now we have weapons, so we can use... Oh shoot, I missed that coin. Now we can use them against the boss. Except he's still alive because this game is weird. And it wasn't letting me target him with my other teleporting attack. Hi, Ice. Bye, Ice. That's okay. Even when things go pretty badly in this category, it barely loses any time, and you're never in any danger. We would like to see a weapon gang here. We did not get one. That's okay, as long as we didn't get a terrible spawn. We did not get a bad spawn. Now we can just do... That was a bad spawn because he was really far away from that coin. Okay, what's happening? We are destroying everybody. I don't know why I asked what's happening. That was pretty obvious. Goodbye, Ivan. Now let's try to nail a pretty precise jump here with our big air mercs. I don't miss that. I guess I wasn't holding up, apparently, according to the GameCube D-pad. Let's now fight on the top. This is the last gang fight in the game. This is the worst gang in the game to fight. But have you seen us? Have you seen any of them? I don't even know if you had a chance to see them because they're down already. I did the wrong thing, but it doesn't matter because they're dead. Randy isn't even in the correct plane of existence. He's just chilling in between worlds. And Simon doesn't even get a chance to be in this world for a moment. We're just going to assert our dominance by not even putting him in the screen and then jamming our head into an invisible wall in order to go and see our people. That is River City Ransom EX. Any percent wussy mode, no restrictions. With about 0.3 seconds of input lag on this controller on this D-pad. There it is. That's how safe this category is. I hadn't played this game at that speed in this setting with these restrictions. Not in the game, but in about 4 years. And it's just that straightforward, and I hope that it was entertaining to you. Anybody watching this, period, but especially to people who are considering this for your speedrun marathon. I just think this is delightful. It's so fun to play. It doesn't really matter. In the end, there's nothing any of them can really do. And Alex and Ryan sure as heck didn't do anything, but they're gonna take all the credit, at least in this photo. It's okay, they're very photogenic. Alex's back looks great. Just look at it. Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed that. Again, I really hope so, because it's my delight to be able to bring that experience to as many people as possible. And through your marathon, I would love the chance to be able to do that for more people. This submission video is being made specifically for AGDQ 2024, but I might use this video for many other purposes. I would love to be able to have this game shown at a GDQ for the first time. The original game has been shown several times, and this one was finally shown in a marathon for the first time at RG Love in the spring of 2024. And I just would love to be able to share the joy that this game has given me with as many people as possible, as many times as I can. So, thank you for considering it, and I wish all of you the very best that life has to offer. Dream on, friends. Peace. Okay, so my internet just crapped out. It seems like about 3/4 of my streams, it does that. It doesn't seem to be related to me streaming. It happens every once in a while just when nothing is happening, but it seems to always wait until I am streaming most of the time. It always lines up with when I choose to stream, so that's very annoying, so sorry about that, but we're back. And that was the end of that video. That's an incredible face, by the way. There's also the hardest difficulty mode video, which has mostly the same intro, aside from this part where it's talking about the hard mode category. So I will show you this, and then I will show you the run.
This game loop tasks the player with traversing River City and stopping to fight enemy gangs in rooms where required bosses appear upon the room being cleared. Defeating 6 specific bosses opens up the last area, where 2 more required fights finish the game. In the medium and higher difficulty modes, River City Ransom EX demands, even more so than the NES version, that players strengthen their characters in order to stand up to the game's difficulty curve. In EX, the 15 gangs become significantly stronger as the game progresses, and the health, resilience, and strength of the bosses completely skyrocket. Due to several factors on top of that, if players do not buy upgrades for their characters, boss fights can take up to 10 minutes to complete toward the end of the game, assuming the player is able to survive the fight. However, in any % hardest difficulty, players can start the game with a character so powerful, the game can be annihilated in basically the same manner as the easiest difficulty mode. With expedient and careful use of flashy teleporting attacks and telekinetic powers, all of the group fights are done in an explosive flash. Bosses still absorb tons of hits as the game wears on, but in most cases, they'll be drenched helplessly in stun lock the entire time. Even if they escape long enough to deal stray hits to the player, the hero is so overpowered that this barely leaves a scratch. This means that, like the categories I present in my other marathon submission video for this game, this category is remarkably marathon safe. Even the absolute worst case scenarios can hardly dent the average completion time of a no reset run of any % hardest difficulty mode. This is why I feel extremely secure in a proposed completion estimate of 8 minutes. This game is also ripe with
Alright, hey everybody, I'm Saria, and I'm going to show you a speedrun of River City Ransom EX's hardest difficulty mode with no restrictions on the player. I'm going to use a custom character that is slightly different from the one I used in the marathon submission video for the easiest difficulty mode. This character has slightly different moves for the specific purposes of the hardest difficulty mode. I'm putting him in Ryan's character slot because Ryan gets less dialogue, which saves time. And we are going to get started in 3, 2, 1... go! I'm going to use this GameCube controller D-pad to try to change some options here. +2 speed and +2 gravity for everybody in the game. +2 speed makes us faster as well. +2 gravity makes all my enemies fall to their KO animations faster, which allows me to collect their coins faster, which allows me to spawn everybody in and just generally complete the game faster. That was a horrendous spawn. That was a horrendous spawn. I'm hoping that all of my enemies spawn right next to the coins of the people I just took out. And that wasn't great, but the worst possible luck you can get in this category really isn't gonna hurt that much. There goes Moose. You're strong! Good observation, man. And we're gonna try to use smart options of all of our different moves we can use to try to defeat the strongest enemies that exist in this game to the best of our ability. And believe me, everybody does have a lot of health and strength. We're gonna use a lot of that teleporting kick and the telekinetic attack that I'm sure we all enjoyed as high schoolers. Those were the days. And now I'm going to try to get some really precise timings here. People are not hittable when they first enter the door here, so I have to hit them as soon as they enter, but not after they walk away. And now we're going to use gravity against Rocco. Poor guy. Thank you for telling me where I need to go next. I'm gonna death warp there. Falling into that pit just takes us backward to where we need to go fight Blade, and Rocco said that he was going to be a real challenge, and you know what? I take issue with that. I'm going to destroy Blade with his own weapon. Or not! He's going to be incredibly... Oh! I can't hit him! Okay, maybe Rocco was right. There's no way... How did you lose to me? Is that what you said? Blade, did you watch that fight that you were just a part of? Yeah, sure, you had some good footsies at the beginning there, but I mean, come on, man. He's just salty. He's having a bad day. Everybody in River City is gonna have a bad day except me. But really, this is a normal day for everybody in River City. In River City, everybody's always on the giving or receiving end of violence. And we're on the giving end today, but everybody on the receiving end probably is just respecting me more for it. Now we're gonna try and get that left-right sequence set up here, where I'm going to try to get people to spawn right next to coins, so I can spawn the next person in as soon as possible. That was really bad on my part. I just really didn't want to take out pretty face guy on the right. And can you really blame me? He has such a pretty face. And there goes Turk. The rumor's true. I'm one tough dude. People are really on their observational skills today. The Cowboys, okay, so here's a good example of seeing a stronger gang. They take way more hits to take out, and so it's faster to just use that telekinetic slick trick attack to take them down. Perfect, they're done. That's a different way to do things. And you know what? I'm not even gonna give Mojo the decency of looking at him as I eviscerate him. That's really rude, I guess, but honestly, it feels swaggy, and sometimes we all need a little bit of swag in our lives. And Thor, the next boss, is probably going to punish me for that really hard, but we need to get there first, and I'm going to wait for somebody to spawn on the right here to use them as a bridge to get across, and the jocks are totally fine. This is where we're starting to see some stronger gangs, and the jocks at least all go down in one hit, so I have no issue with seeing them. That guy was all the way on the right, though, which is a little annoying. Hi, pretty face guy! I was just talking about you earlier. Are you happy with what I said? Hi, Thor. It all ends here. I hope not. Please don't be mean to me. Please just use your special attack to come across here and then flop back into the pit. Thank you very much, Thor. Have a good day. He's probably not going to have a good day. I don't know. Maybe there are nice trampolines down there. Maybe he's having fun right now. Anyway, let's go on in the game and do a spinning attack because that's fun. That's a neat trick. I need there to be another weapon on the upper left there. I need there to... Okay, we got the Cowboys. At least they have weapons. So now we at least have weapons to take these guys out. At this point, yeah, you see how if I only had one weapon, it would be hard to actually do this part quickly. And so it's... yeah. Hi, guys. Bye, guys. And now we can use these weapons for the boss, Ivan. And I should probably have him be on the screen because at this point, it's fairly likely for there to be a bad thing that happens where the recovery timer can expire when they have no health left. And if they get back on their feet when they have no health left, they're basically in a zombie state where I can no longer target them with my targeting moves. Thank you for the good luck, Ivan. You're such a nice boy. And now we're going to do a really precise jump here. The hoops here have no leeway. They're like 1 pixel wide. Don't pay attention to the graphics. We're going to hope to see the locals here, which is something I usually never say in this game. We got the plague instead. That's fine. At least they have weapons. But they like to use they like to move around at the worst possible times, so I can't actually hit them with this attack. So it's a little annoying. That's why we like to see the locals, because they have less health. They're squirrely with their movements as well, but at least they don't all take 2 hits. And now, usually, the hardest boss in any Kunio game, basically. You got the Dragon Twins. In the NES version, you have to be lucky and maximally powerful in the hardest difficulty mode to really take care of them, or you just need a crate and a dream. Now, my dreams are not coming true of being able to hit them both at the same time at all times. That was a really slow fight because they kept being separated, and so I had to get them one at a time. But it's okay, even when the worst possible things happen, we are not that much in danger. We are the ones in control, even in the hardest difficulty mode. Even Slick cannot get his vengeance on me for stealing his Slick trick. And we could technically use the glitched wall in this room to throw him out of bounds and fall to his death, but that's incredibly difficult to do whenever all the bosses get up so quickly in this category. Time. That is River City Ransom's hardest difficulty mode, blitzed with a custom character, and we just kind of embarrassed everybody in the city. They're supposed to be at their absolute strongest, which I said very poorly at the beginning of this run. Sorry about that. I tripped over all of my words, like I tripped against that wall at the end, because I can't look cool all the time. In fact, in real life, I almost never look cool, but that's part of the fun of life. Alex looks cool. They're observing the ruins of the city. They're observing my deeds. And you know what? I think we did a good thing here. I think they look proud of me. That's a proud pose from Alex. And if Alex is proud of me, what more do I really need? Alex, Kunio, he's like one of the ultimate examples of a Bancho character. The spirit of his will and sense of justice have inspired me since before I was even a toddler. when I was playing River City Ransom NES as one of my first games I ever played. Maybe my first game ever. It's maybe the first game I remember playing, along with Super Mario Bros. 3. I love the NES so much, and I love the River City or Kunio-kun franchise with all of my heart. It brings me so much joy, and I hope I can spread that joy to as many people as possible. And I hope that has come through in this video. If you are watching this video as a part of a team for a speedrunning marathon, I hope this video gave you everything you need to consider this run for your marathon. And if you're just watching this in general, I hope you enjoyed that. I hope all of you enjoyed that. I hope you found it entertaining or informative. Or both. Maybe even both. Maybe we can have both. Thank you so much for watching. I wish all of you the very best, and dream on, friends. Peace. So those were my River City Ransom EX submissions. We're just getting started here because it's time to switch over to the next game, which is Maki Paw of Fury. Starting that submission video now.
Hi there, my name is Seiria, and this is a speedrunning event submission video for Maki Paw of Fury. Maki Paw of Fury is a 2024 indie beat-em-up game developed by the Argentine studio Bacord. It's a cutesy, lush, lighthearted game consisting purely of a single-player story campaign. The game follows Maki the Fox and his friends as they adventure across the world and beyond to rescue their friend Kami, who has been kidnapped. The game features 3 playable characters, but this particular video will cover only Maki, the character with the fastest completion potential, them consistently in less than 50 minutes. Even if rare softlocks occur, any percent Maki runs shouldn't run any longer than 52 minutes. Maki Paw of Fury features a basic movement and fighting system with snappy 8-directional mobility, regular attacks, special attacks, and a super attack which can only be performed with a full super meter. Wave after wave of enemies appear to stop the player, and they must be completely cleared before progress can be made in the stage. Maki's regular 4-hit combo knocks enemies away, as does his 2-hit special combo where he slaps his foes with a giant tuna. However, if the player combines the first 3 hits of the standard combo with the first hit of the special combo, enemies remain stun-locked in place, allowing the player to combo them indefinitely, at least until they've had enough and they crawl away to safety. The main body of Maki Paw of Fury speedruns involves strategically and nimbly weaving through giant waves of approaching foes, grouping them together for simultaneous infinite combos, and dancing around damage all the while. A fully charged super attack is often saved for all of the biggest waves, so that every single enemy can be taken out at the same time with a single motion. Due to this game's lenient difficulty, speedrunning it induces very little risk for catastrophe, and completing entire runs without losing a single life is more than possible. In fact, potentially the most dangerous moment in the run is the very first boss fight against Maki's friend-turned-kidnapper, Mappu. After a colorful and vibrant first stage and an initially simple boss battle, the second half of the unpredictable brawl sees Mappu drop heavy items from portals in the sky. The objects can often seem to preempt the player's evasive positioning and stun-lock them with significant damage. If the player can pass this tricky fight without losing a life, a full no-miss playthrough becomes very reasonably likely. The next 3 stages all guide the player through brilliantly rendered contrasting environments, a welcoming beach at nighttime, a sunny winter wonderland, and a desert full of relics. Each stage debuts quirky and adorable enemies. Each stage also sports mid-level minigames, all of which are unique for each stage, presenting short breaks in the fighting. All of these stages end with their respective boss battles, which can be completely trivialized with stunlocks and quick kills, some of which are hilariously simple, to the point that many casual players could successfully execute them on their first attempts. That, combined with Maki Paw of Fury's general forgiving difficulty, make the game a very solid candidate for entry-level speedrunners. It can easily be used to promote and spread the activity to more people. The final level is a confusing labyrinth for the casual player, but is trivialized by players who know its route. After defeating waves of enemies in certain rooms, the player is then required to complete some classic boss refights before launching into outer space for the final showdown against a gigantic space robot. This is meant to be a huge devourer of the player's extra lives, but Maki has access to a breaker move which grants him invincibility, allowing him to perfectly evade some seemingly unavoidable attacks and keep the no-miss alive. This final boss fight represents one of the more prominent traits of the game. It is incredibly long and drawn out. However, in a charity marathon, this turns into a huge strength because Maki Paw of Fury is a perfect game for extensive donation readings and announcements. Every stage provides so much flexibility for this, with very few moments not being fair game for a host to jump into. The expansive final boss battle is no exception, and once its final phase is finished, Maki Paw of Fury has been completed, leading to an expectedly cute ending and credit sequence. Maki Paw of Fury is a simple, marathon-safe, bright, and breezy indie beat-em-up. It isn't a short game, but its energetic and light tone should make it a risk-free fit for just about any speedrunning event. Until the robotic enemies in the final stage, defeated foes even explicitly escape the battlegrounds of their own accord, making for an especially family-friendly beat-em-up atmosphere. Softlocks have occurred here and there, but the game's autosave functionality provides the opportunity to quickly restart stages and make up lost ground. Beyond that, very little can go significantly awry, and there's even a good chance to showcase a long beat-em-up playthrough that never loses a single life. Combine that with countless donation reading opportunities, and hopefully you can see a humble game which could have a place in your speedrunning event. Thank you so much for considering Maki Paw of Fury. Good luck with the event. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me at my included contact mediums. I will now present the world record speedrun of Any Percent Maki with full commentary. Enjoy!
I'm gonna leave that up to you. And now, we're gonna get into the run that I did this morning. Maki Paw of Fury, using the main character Maki. Actually, this entire stage is the room with the bridge, with a lot of high health enemies, and just a lot of enemies in general. That's the place where his super attack saves the most time, and so starting pretty much now, I'm going to be saving my super for a while. And here's already an enemy that has higher health. And so now I'm starting to experiment with my special attack. I'm seeing if knocking enemies upward instead of knocking them away with the last hit of my regular attack is more optimal. And once I get to the enemies that more frequently have more health, then I'm going to start actually being able to note that. Like here. Yep, that looks better. So instead of me having to knock them to the side and follow them across the screen, I can just stay right there, planted right in front of them. Yep, let's keep doing that. So I'm still kind of labbing out the game as I do runs. This is still very early on in me playing the game at all, and because I seem to be the only person speedrunning this, this is very early on in the game's speedrunning history. And I used my breaker attack there because that guy was going to surround me. I should have probably just walked to the other side of this guy, but right now yeah, like that, exactly like that. But right now I'm kind of like, I'm seeing red. Okay, this is the stage the part of the stage I was saving my super for. The guys with the signs have a ton of health, and so we just completed that wave way faster than normal. And maybe I just found an even faster combo there. I wonder if I registered that in the moment. That's by far the fastest we've ever done the first split into the first minigame, the free-falling minigame. But yeah, thank you all. I'm glad you enjoyed the ending of the last run. I love that you were holding your breath. I hope that you didn't do that literally and cause yourself to nearly pass out. But I'm glad it seemed like you all enjoyed that final fight. And hopefully we'll get there again soon. And much sooner than we ever have before. so that we can complete a big new world record. It looks like the prediction is still going. We've got 50 carats, 50 channel points on that being a 47 for the next run, 50 channel points on it being a 48. Looks like you got about another minute to decide if anybody wants to join in on that. Yeah, watch out for bees. And make sure when you're falling tens of thousands of feet that you have a leaf with you, or a lily pad or something green. As long as you have a green object, you will survive. And now we can refill our health and our super meter a little bit. Second main part of the first stage, and now we got a nice sunset background. Now that I'm not playing the game and having to focus on every single enemy and so many different aspects of what each enemy can do and where they're at and if they're flanking me and how desynchronized all their attacks are, like what the situation is right now. Now I can actually kind of look at the game and appreciate the art and the backgrounds and everything, and it's just so nice looking, I think. You got the cherry blossoms, you got the beautiful sunset, you got the mountains, like a lot of nice layers of just well done art. And I'm starting to get bodied here, and so it's already starting to look kind of bad for my deathless bid, because one of my main goals with this game, like, I've got two main goals with this run right here. Sub 50 on the timer, and no deaths. And again, with Maki, it's much more difficult to do than I did with Tinsho. I was able to do a deathless run with the tank character Tinsho, but he takes a lot less damage. Even though he's slower and can't avoid attacks as well, he can still use a lot of invincibility with his breaker attack, which is longer than Maki's. And so I was still able to avoid a lot of damage with him, and he doesn't take nearly as much. And so Maki goes down a lot faster. Thankfully I got to the health, and so we're not dying in the first stage yet. That can definitely happen in the boss fight in the second phase, because it is really, really hard to avoid all the falling spiked balls. But we're not there yet. We've got a bunch of dark foxes, which the game advises you not to feed. That's okay. I will just slap them around instead. Yeah, they have a cool not death animation, because one of the selling points of this game is the fact that very clearly and evidently and explicitly, none of the enemies are actually dying, which is something I took great lengths to constantly say during my AGDQ run of Rough City. I'm sure they're all just having fun. Nobody's actually getting seriously hurt here. In this game, I can say that and have it be backed up by what the game is actually presenting. But here's the boss fight against Mapu, somebody who has apparently betrayed us, who has like grown up with us in this little homeland area. And he has portals and goggles. And that's great. And I am on the exact opposite side of the screen from where he is. He is as far right as he could be, and I was pretty freaking far left, so that's a bit of a time loss, and it makes me feel a bit silly. But whatever, we'll just get back on track. And I hadn't used my super attack yet, so I decided to use it there, and that did a decent amount of damage. It's funny, the super attack seems to do the least amount of damage to the first boss in the game compared to all the bosses after that. Now his health is low enough that he's going to start spawning those giant spiked balls. And they have, and the falling Sega systems as well, they have enormous hitboxes, especially up and down. It's basically impossible to not get hit by at least one, and probably like 10, and so it's very easy to die in this boss fight, and it makes doing a damageless run of this game pretty much unfeasible entirely. And there are many parts of the game where it makes damageless feel pretty tough to think of being possible. I mean, of course it's technically possible. A task could do it. But that's Mapu. And we're probably about to save a lot of time. That was a fairly clean Mapu fight. We are 36 seconds ahead after the first stage. That's a lot more than what I was expecting, so my new combos seem to be doing a good job, and we seem to have a very clean Mapu fight. I did get hit very rarely at the second half, but even then, I still have half health here. So we need to be careful starting this stage, and I love how it cycles into a sprite of Maka whenever you land there, just for a frame. got some pankakes here starting out, and they're a bit unpredictable. They may seem like they're not that scary because they don't really pay attention to you all that often, but when they do, it's very sudden, and they could be anywhere in the screen when they suddenly pay attention to you, and that means they could be perfectly flanking you with other enemies already attacking you. So Pankake is the first enemy that you see in the game. I assume that's how you pronounce their name, which sounds vaguely explicit in a way, but anyway, they can be some of the most frustrating enemies in the game and the ones that put you in the worst situations. And now we have the new pink enemies, who the name just flashed on the screen, but I just missed it. I call them like, they're kind of like the Zazie enemies, I guess. They're very pink, and they can sometimes hit you with bees, but they are, again, somewhat docile, and they don't hit very hard. Kotota, okay, Kotota. That's what they're named. I hadn't actually ever read the name fully before. They're also new to this area. They're not that big of a deal, thankfully. They don't usually have a ton of health, and when they do, they're not going to really make you pay for it. But in this game in general, Isabelle, the snakes can appear pretty much anywhere in the game, and I like to go after them very early on in the waves because they spend a lot of time underground like that. You have to wait for them before you can take them out. They cannot die before they pop their heads out of the ground. So I go after them first, and then while they're busy being underground, then I can take care of the other enemies. And so that feels like the most optimal way to deal with waves where Isabelle is present. Now there are 3 of them, and so I'm probably just gonna, I'm just gonna take my time, go try and get the other Isabelle over to me. Nice, I was able to also do some crowd control with my breaker, and take out the Isabelle at the same time. And there's the wave, the wall of pink. I messed it up. It's not the wave of pink, it's the wall of pink. It makes me feel so good every single time I see it. And that time I was actually able to save my super attack for it. I figured that would be a good place for me to actually save my super attack and use, because that's I think the point in this stage where we see the most enemies, and so that probably saves the most time. Oh, I accidentally, okay, we're fine. Yes, okay, so I have discovered something very important at this point. I have gone beyond that combo that I found at the beginning of this run, where I did 2 hits with my normal moves, and then 2 hits with the special move to knock enemies up, which seemed like a pretty effective combo, and it was. I found something much better. I found an incredibly fast infinite. I don't even have to knock the enemies upward, and I don't even have to wait for any cooldown on the animations. I can do 3 hits with my regular attacks, and then 1 hit with the special attack, and then go back to 3 hits with the regular attack, 1 hit with the special, rinse and repeat. It is a super fast infinite just like that. Holy moly. Look at how fast I mow them down. And so midway through this run, 9 runs into doing runs with Maki, I have found what I believe is now the bread and butter of fighting in this game as Maki, if you want to do it quickly. You can play this game any way you want. It's incredibly forgiving. I believe it was marketed as a game that can be a very entry-level beat-em-up, and it definitely plays like one. Again, like the way that you can completely, like the only boss fight that you can't completely solve in every way is the first one in the game, which is very odd. And I guess the final boss, in a way. Everybody else you can just kind of completely turn into nothing. You can't even let them do anything. Speaking of not doing anything, I am doing nothing but biff this part, and that's a horrendous spawn. It looked like I could go below that statue, but yeah, too bad. Thankfully, my super meter is full right now, and that's very important. That's like the thing that I want most coming out of this stage. I don't think you can actually lose this race, but you can get hit a lot, as I have been, and you can end it with a very low super meter. I'm pretty sure it's pure luck what things can spawn in those rooms, in those mini games, and when they spawn. I got a lot of the rocky areas that I had to roll over right at the end, and so when I had to roll over them, which uses my super meter, And so I ended it not being able to use a super for a while in this part of the stage now. Sounds great, Ice. I'll definitely be checking that out if I can. I won't be up too much longer, but I'll definitely be checking out. If I can't hang out for long while you're live, then I'll definitely be checking out the VOD for quite a bit of it. Thank you so much. Enjoy the lurk, and best of luck with all the setting up. But now we're in the second half of the beach stage, and again, something unique about this game and the way it does a beach stage, which is a very common thing in games and a very common thing in media in general, they decided to do a beach stage at nighttime. Usually it's a very bright and sunny beach atmosphere. They decided to go with a cool and dark beach atmosphere, which makes me wonder if the developers have had nice experiences at the beach at night, which made them really want to create that environment here. You got really cool things. They made the most of it artistically. Look at all the little things that are lit up in the background and in the foreground. And speaking of the foreground, you see there are palm trees in the foreground, and sometimes that really gets in the way. That is one of the knocks that you can have against this game, is that sometimes you can't see what's going on because of the foreground objects. But thankfully, I don't think that ever really gets in my way during this run. Yeah, really nice lighting in all these areas, and as usual, a pankake in this level just has to walk off the side of the screen after being right next to me for 10 seconds, and then be unhittable for at least 5 seconds. We are doing a speedrun. It may not look like it at all times, but we are trying. That seemed like a pretty good wave to use the super on. Sometimes I forget... Oh, well, I only remember some waves of the game up to this point, and plan them out accordingly for my super meter. But a lot of the game I'm still very new to, so I don't remember exactly every single wave that's coming at this point. And so sometimes I'll deal regular hits to enemies as a wave is starting, and then I notice, wait, there are a ton of enemies appearing right now. I should use my super attack. And that's what happened there. So I do not have my super attack for the lefty and righty fight, which it might cause me to lose time here. We'll see. We'll see just how much better my regular attacking combo, see how much better this new attacking combo is compared to the regular attacking combo. If I'm still gonna save time here to wait. Well, sometimes the words I say have any meaning because they're actually true. And sometimes I say things that are just so clearly disproven by what is on the screen that it's something that I try to play for comedy, to try to play off. Hopefully that was funny. Anyway, I did have my super meter full, and so I'm not going to be losing time at all here. In fact, I'm going to be saving 30 seconds because that fight went really quickly. Despite the fact that it took me a while to remember that I should actually be using my regular hitting combo to actually knock one of the guys forward into the other guy so I could get them together so I could hit them at the same time. Now we've got, by far, in my opinion, the hardest stage in the game. This is the place where I died in the run prior to this. This is the biggest challenge to deathless runs of this game, in my opinion. Because we have new penguins, the very powerful and strong and not loving arms of the penguins, and they'll just annihilate you. And that was a good use of the super. We're gonna have an even bigger wave coming up in later in the stage, and I'm gonna be painstakingly saving a super for that part as well. That was a pretty good use of a super. So far, my super uses in this run have been pretty good, I think, and that's one of the reasons why we're saving time. This game, again, like I said, I think at the end of the last run, this game is all about dealing as much damage as possible to as many enemies as possible at all times. It's not just about choosing a character that can move quickly like Maka. Maka is 15 minutes slower than the next slowest character, Tinsho, because she is so bad at dealing damage. She has decent range, but the attacks themselves just aren't dealing enough damage. And her super attack doesn't have very much range either. It's the worst super attack in the game. And Tinsho is good at dealing damage, even though he's way slower for moving. He makes up for that by being able to take out enemies quickly, which is what completing the game quickly is all about. There are so many enemies in this game, and the sooner you take them all out, the faster the game goes. It's very simple, just like the game itself. And so that's why I'm saving so much time by saving my supers for the right moments when it's going to take out the most enemies, or the strongest enemies, or both. And why creating this new super fast infinite combo using the first 3 hits of the regular attacks and the 1 hit of the special attack is saving me so much time compared to the run that I just showed before this. And so we're looking really good, at least, for sub 50. When I wasn't sure after the night before this if I was going to be saving more than like 10 seconds in my next personal best after it. But just finding that new infinite combo was a gigantic deal, and we have no idea just how much more time it's going to save for the rest of the game. And now we've got these Dark Foxes, I hate this. That's maybe one of my least favorite spawns in the entire game, just with that one Dark Fox all the way on the top of the screen, way away from everybody else, and they're all desynchronized, throwing wrenches at you, or spoons, I guess. I think they're spoons. I don't have the spoons to identify it correctly. And now I'm saving my super again and getting shot and knocked down because that's inoptimal and sometimes I'm not perfect. I'm definitely saving my super now. There are times when I could be using it, but I know there's a wave coming out. This one. That's the wave I was saving it for. And you could probably tell why. That was a lot of penguin boys. That was so many penguin boys, and I am not doing well with... Okay, so I think I was knocked down by the sheer malice of one of the enemies there. I didn't see anything contact me. I'm pretty sure that was just spiritual power. Spiritual energy itself, which is impressive. Maybe the enemies in this game are scarier than I realized. Maybe this game is actually difficult and is possessed by demons. But it's alright because I'm on a mission from God. So I will succeed. And there will be good music along the way. And this game makes sure to provide that. I hope everybody's enjoying so far. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully any of this makes sense, and hopefully the gameplay is decent to watch. But that was a pretty good wave to use the super for. Lots of giant waves in this area. Like, it's for me, it's not even close how much harder this stage is compared to the other ones. Like, we have 2 main stages coming after this one, and this is the stage that has the biggest wave. This is the stage that has the waves where the enemies are the most desynchronized and the most powerful. Like, these penguins are a big deal. They look so unassuming, but they are so strong, and there are so many of them. And then the pankakes can perfectly surround you and desynchronize, and then the gopher enemies can hit you from a mile away. Everybody's desynchronized, everybody has different AI, and it just feels like everybody is here and everybody hates you. And so far, I'm by far closest that I've ever been to getting through this stage deathless. And if I get through this stage deathless, I feel like I have a chance at completing the game deathless. And it would be the first time that I know of that it's been done with Maki. Thankfully, the game triggered the cutscene there. I have had a moment in this game in the next level after this where the game took a very, very long time to realize that it wanted to actually trigger a cutscene. I had to go far and wide to find the trigger for it, and I was a little worried in that moment, but thankfully, I got through, and now we're in the only time-sensitive minigame. Oh no! Okay, I saved it. Whew. We're in the only minigame in the entire game that is not an auto-scroller. That's all execution to finish as fast as possible. And I was not as fast as possible there. I lost a little bit of time. And also, I do not have a super attack to use against Lynxie here. So I might lose a bit of time in this split. I used my super attack to end the last wave outside, which might have been inoptimal. It allowed me to save 1 minute and 11 seconds over the previous split in the last world record, and so that snow stage was no joke in terms of completing it quickly. That's the second time I've used that joke this stream, and I did it almost without shame, but now the shame is absolutely coursing through me. Actually, not as much as it may have sounded. We're fighting Lynxie, by the way, and we're doing it without a super because I used it at the end of the last stage, and that definitely helped me complete that part quickly, but we're probably going to trade it for time loss here. But we are almost 3 minutes ahead at this point, and not anymore. Yep, there comes the time loss, but it's probably not going to be too bad. We're getting close to the end of the fight here, and once again, you can see that Lynxie, you can just completely drench in hits. and knockdowns with Maki's normal attacks, and there's nothing he can do about it. We can't even run away from our sins. We can't run away from the just absolute domination we've done to this man. But of course, we didn't actually win because the cutscene said so. But you know what else the cutscene said? Dragon Ball Z. And this is to go even further beyond. So, if you're wondering what happens after that, so am I. Because after that scene, we're just suddenly in the desert of Khan! Where the myth tell us of legend of emperors and dogs. What secrets the sands hide in them. Maybe one of those secrets is what the hell happened after he went Super Saiyan while Linksy was standing there, and now we're suddenly in the desert. So I'm maybe turning Super Saiyan, like, accidentally teleported him because he was so angry that he just became in a different part of the world. But it's fine, like, it doesn't matter to me. It just, whatever happens in this game just happens because it just feels like it, and I don't really need an explanation. This game is just trucking along, and I accidentally did a regular combo there and knocked him far away, and so that wasn't very optimal. But now we're in the desert, which, again, to me, is just a massive step down in difficulty. We have made it through the snow level deathless. And so now I feel like I have a chance to actually go deathless, and I'm glad you're having fun, White Wolf. I'm very glad. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. But the Deathless challenge is definitely not done and dusted yet, because the final boss could absolutely kill me. And we are a ways away from that. We're about halfway through the game here. Linksy is basically the perfect halfway point. And we are 2.5 minutes ahead. And I almost just got bitten there. This is a slightly strange situation. I was facing left there, and so my hits were going just slightly out of the actual combo starting part of the hitbox. I could be using my supers here, but I'm not feeling like these are the best waves to do it, because we have a lot of the gopher enemies, and those go down in one hit. And also the new enemies, the hot llamas, just an absolutely god-tier name, also do not have very much health, and so I'm kind of sitting on a super for a long time here, and maybe I don't need to, and so I'm going to use it here. That's probably not the worst usage of it, but like any of these two waves would probably be fine. And I got bodied by a bullet again. I'm getting, and again, I feel like there's a glitch with the bullet hits where sometimes you can get hit by them twice if you do a dash at a certain time. And oh my god, I tried to get that super increasing item, and it was just out of reach because now the screen wanted to scroll, and so now I'm only at a half super, and I could have opened it up during that fight and actually gotten it. But now, I don't get it, and I also wasted time trying to get it, and so that feels bad. But we'll try to pretend that we're not going to cry ourselves to sleep over it tonight, and we're just going to ride a sandboard instead. And yeah, this is the... I love the pose that all the characters have and all these... They put so much love and care to every single aspect of this game visually, and all the characters have great poses when they're riding the... I forget the name of the animal that they're riding, but they rode it in the beach stage. And when they're riding the skateboards, when they're doing the tricks, when they're doing the jumps, and there were a lot of jumps in this quick succession there. That was interesting luck, because I believe this is all... Armadillo! Thank you, the giant armadillos. I love having people who are interested enough to pay attention. Thank you! Oh, it feels so good. The giant armadillos, Tincho especially has an incredible pose when he's riding that thing. He looks great. And now we're in the second half of the desert here. There's again lots of enemies with low health here, and I can't really, like, it's better to prioritize. It's the one situation where it's better to prioritize the enemies other than Isabelle when the gophers are there, because you see what happens whenever I am not taking care of them immediately. I get shot and I fall down and then I can't hit people. Love it. So many sceneries which have beautiful details. I fully agree. It's just absolutely such a lovingly crafted game visually. A lot of people knock this game a lot. This game gets a pretty bad rap, and you see how simple and easy the gameplay is. There's not a lot to it, and the bosses don't really work, and there are some big glitches that can really cause problems, but I just find it so fun to play. I don't know if I already said in this playthrough or the last one, but this reminds me of what I love about playing Downtown Special and speedrunning that game, because I just get to run around and try and get to people as fast as possible and group them together and then hit a button a lot of times and smack them around. That is just so satisfying to me. I feel like all the sounds are on point. Again, if they're basic, that's not a problem to me, because maybe it's partially because I haven't grown up playing traditional beat-em-ups. I've grown up playing the Kunio games, and those are most of the fighting games that I've played, along with like Melee and stuff. So beat-em-ups are not usually games that I've played in my life. God, I love my infinite combo that I've developed. But I just think this game is satisfying to play, especially in a speedrunning standpoint. I'm on fire! We're fine. I'm on fire! Shoutouts to Sherlock. Anyway, yeah, video games. I don't play this type of video game that often, but it's kind of funny. The two beat-em-ups, the two more traditional beat-em-ups that I've gone to in the last, like, 6 months or so, Rough City and this game, are much more straightforward and easy to simplify than a lot of beat-em-ups, especially these days. And the beat-em-ups of old, the more traditional beat-em-ups that a lot of people grew up on and a lot of people remember and a lot of people will kind of archetype the genre around, if you can use archetype as a verb, are ones from the 90s and 80s and like arcade-style ones that are just so cruel. And this game is the opposite. This game wants you to just absolutely dominate it. It gives you so many lives. You can die a lot in this game, but you don't get punished for it really at all. But I really... And the story of this game is kind of nonsensical and also... like, well, not... It's not nonsensical, again, in a way that I feel like it has to be punished for, because you don't have to take it seriously. You don't have to think that it has to have zero plot holes and everything has to be so inordinately and exquisitely explained. No, characters just suddenly end up in new areas across the world for no reason. Sometimes Maki just goes actually Super Saiyan for no reason and does nothing with it that we can actually see. And that's just Maki Paw Fury, and that doesn't bother me at all. I just find it charming. But also, the text in this game can kind of go way too freaking quickly. There's a cutscene at the beginning of this game that I skip. You can't read any of what they're saying because it just goes by immediately when you're not even advancing the text. So that is one knock that I had in my first playthrough. But if you play the game enough, then eventually you can kind of piece together what's happening a little bit. And now we're also in like a pyramid type area. Even though it didn't look like a pyramid outside, we have lots of like Egyptian drawings on the walls and stuff. And I just noticed on that wall there's actually a flash there's a nod, a bit of what's it called? Foreshadowing to what we're about to see with the boss, that wall is an indication of that we're about to head into. So many words that I just said that all mostly mean the same thing. And Maki doing such a relatable thing. One of the most relatable tropes. There's Nubis! And in my last run that I just showed before this one, I discovered a way to absolutely dominate this guy, and it's so satisfying. It feels so good. First, so when he does that little pitiful little sweeping kick thing, it looks so bad, but he's actually invincible the entire time it's out, and he can just link it endlessly into endless invincibility, like this. But if you're fast enough, you can hit him in between the kicks, and if you do a dash attack, it puts him into a stunned state immediately. And then you can just wail on him, and you can just do that combo that I discovered, and he's done. I really wish I could have that blue fish and restore some of my super, but it's all okay because we did that fight just fine, and we are 3 minutes and 14 seconds ahead of sub 50, well, 3 minutes and 9 seconds ahead of sub 50 pace, which feels nice. but we've got a lot of stuff to go, and there's a lot of variance that could happen here, and I've got a lot that I need to actually execute. We've got Techno Island coming up. Who knows? Zazie described this earlier, something about Blade Runner. Yeah. This is also beautiful. Unfortunately, we can only see the outdoors for just this one room, but it's pretty amazing looking once again. Yeah, dead times, 0. A funny thing that I brought up when the first run, well, I think before the first run that finished of this stream started, that's a lot of strange words in a strange order. I talked about, I think in this run, how one of the selling points is that the enemies don't actually get hurt so much that they freaking die on screen and disappear. They actually get away. But at the end of each stage, you notice how it talks about one of the stats being the amount of kills you get? I just find that so hilarious. And again, that's something that's very easily explained away. It's fine. It's called kills because that's the easy video game term. They're not actually dying, but they die, like, we call them kills the way we talk about killing Pokemon. In official Pokemon media, and the way I prefer Pokemon to be, they're not actually dying, they're just fainting, but it's easier and it's just more common to say dying and killing than it is to say fainting and KOing. But anyway, yeah, we just completed the first wave of a very confusing area here. When I did my first playthrough, this was another thing that I could easily actually understand as a knock on the game. This place, it's very difficult to know where you're supposed to be going and what you're supposed to be doing, but you just have to look for the green doors. That's where progress can be made in the game. I've gotten incredible luck from these Cyber Pankakes so far. They've all grouped together perfectly! Look at this! They usually don't do that at all! And I decided to go ahead and actually use my super, which had just finally charged up all the way, against the final 2 ones because they had a lot of health. I am not sure if that was the proper thing to do. That was just an idea I had from the end of the last run, because I just registered in my head that those were the enemies that had more health than these ones. And so I figured maybe it will save a bit more time to not have to run all the way back to the other Cyber Pankakes and then have to deal way more hits on them. Maybe it's fine to not use the super here, even though there are more enemies. It probably kind of evens out. I might have lost about 2 or 3 seconds by not using the super on that last wave of Robo-Kangaroos. It's hard to know, but in any case, we're still playing okay so far. That is the first segment of this area done. We are 3 minutes and 33 seconds ahead, 333 height. These robots explode, but they're not alive, I guess. Oh yeah, where's the love for robots? Great point. That's actually, oh my goodness. Well, that shows you, that shows you what they think of robots as like beings. Maybe these robots are just not sentient, they don't consider them, I don't know. But clearly, they don't have respect for these beautiful crafts of person-like being things to count them as needing to not explode. Anyway, I'm still playing the game, and that went decently. It's really difficult to do that wave quickly unless you really saved your super for that, but there are many different waves in that segment, and just all the enemies are left and right apart from each other. You have to run back and forth. Not much you can do about that. That's about as fast as it can go as far as I know. And now we've got boss refights! It's Mega Man now, and I did badly at the beginning of this fight, but that only costs a few seconds, and now I need to do my regular attacks to knock him gradually toward his best old friend. And by the way, I'm pretty sure these are like siblings of the character that we can use, Tincho. They look basically exactly the same. These are capybaras as well. I'm pretty sure Tincho's a capybara. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce capybara. Capybara. Anyway, we are still fighting. Lefty is done. Maybe Tincho's real name growing up was Ambi. I'm crafting some not Lefty lore. I'm crafting some Tincho lore. Maybe he really is the long-lost brother of Lefty and Righty, and he just didn't like the fact that Lefty and Righty went into a life like this, and so he disowned them and became his own man named Tincho instead of being Ambi. What is the commentary becoming in this stage? It's not like nothing is happening on the screen. This is one of the most eventful parts of the entire game. We're going back and forth literally between actual bosses. Speaking of, here is a place where I lost a lot of time in the run before this. Can I actually do this domination fight correctly this entire time? Can I hit all my dashes? And also, in the last run, you noticed I was having a lot of trouble with my character suddenly going a direction I didn't want them to face as when I was done moving, because I was using the control stick. This entire run, I switched to the D-pad, and now I'm nailing all of my dashes, I'm nailing all the timings, and Nubis is down. That is a massive time save, and that feels amazing, because I knew in a run that I wanted to kind of leave for a while to represent this game if I got a time good enough, I wanted to have a good Nubis fight at the end. I wanted to have 2 good Nubis fights, and I got 2 good Nubis fights. So now, there's a little bit more pressure on this run. I am also deathless. I am also on a pace that I'm not quite sure of, but I know that I want to nail the final boss and not feel like I left anything on the table. Can we get a deathless run that feels clean toward the end? So I used my super attack on lefty and righty, and so I did not have it for Nubis or for Linksy. I decided, I believe in the last run, to save it for Linksy, so we'll see if this ends up like making any noticeable dent on the time in either way. It probably won't. Like I said, it's hard to tell my decision made any difference with saving my super, not saving my super for the Robo Kangaroos. It's because I'm doing all the fights so much quicker with my new infinite combo. So it's gonna be hard. I'm gonna have to like actually take the videos side by side and compare them side by side to actually tell. But there goes Linksy. That's the last thing we have to do in this stage. But first, on the way out, I'm definitely going to grab full health to make sure that that's not going to cost me my deathless run. And also I'm going to grab the blue fish and fill up my super meter, because I didn't get the impression that it mattered a lot against the final boss to use the super attack, but I saw that it actually sped up the fight a lot when I was fighting as Tincho. And so I did not use, I believe, my super attack in my personal best that I'm running against as Maki. Maybe if I use it at the right time, it can deal a lot more damage. Because I noticed that it seemed to save a lot more time when I saved it for the second round when I used Tincho. And now we're going Super Saiyan, and we're actually going to stay Super Saiyan. And if you assume that this is going to make us more powerful or give us some new moves or let us fly or anything, no, this is still just regular Maki. He's just got a visual effect now. Cool. Anyway, the final boss, this takes just a very, very, very long time no matter what you do. I don't think there's any special strategy you can use. Okay, I could have used the super right there. I wonder if like it can deal more damage when both hands are down. I'm not sure. But I perfectly dodged their both of the hands coming down at the same time by using my breaker attack, which is your best use of invincibility iframes during attacks in the entire game, especially if you're playing as Tincho. You get so much invincibility when you use his breaker. But that attack, the hitboxes are out for such a freaking long time, it feels like you use the breaker to dodge it at the right time, and you still get hit by the very end. That was a fast first wave because I'm using the super fast infinite combo. We have saved even more time. We are 4 minutes and 22 seconds ahead now. Goodness gracious. So now, if we keep on saving time at that pace, and we can get a good effect from our super attack, maybe we can even get a sub 45. The most optimistic option that I put in the prediction. Is it actually going to happen? I'm going to try and wait for both hands to go down at the same time again, like this, and use the super. So I pressed the button, and you saw my super meter went all the way down, and absolutely nothing happened. I've never seen that before. In the moment, I screamed, "What?" But thankfully I reacted quickly, and I just kept on wailing. I just kept on going, kept on dealing damage, got hit by the exact last frame of that attack again, even after it looked like I dodged it. things are going normally, aside from the fact that the game just absolutely zeroed me out for no reason of my super attack. It said, you used that? No, you didn't. God knows how much faster that would have made the fight go, but it still was a nice second wave anyway, because I just kept going. We saved 9 seconds. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep fighting. Let's just focus, because I haven't taken much damage yet, and one of my biggest goals still is deathless, and that could change at any moment. If I lose focus, then I'm gonna take so many hits. Just keep on using as much as I can, as fast as I can. The 3 regular hits, then the 1 special. 3 regular hits, 1 special. 3 regular hits, 1 special. Maximum speed, maximum damage. Maximum getting hit by the last possible moment of that attack. Oh, goodness gracious. Not a super clean fight because of that, but it's still going much faster than it ever has gone before, aside from when I used Tincho the first time and just nailed him with an actual super attack. Anyway, we're getting pretty close here, and I'm starting to get hit. We're not out of the woods yet, and the timer is approaching the 45-minute mark. We're probably not going to get sub 45. In fact, we're definitely not going to get sub 45. That's okay. It's not going to be so close that it feels really bad. Can I avoid damage here? Yay, it actually worked. I think part of it is positioning. If you're really far to one side and one fist is still sweeping to that side, like that, I was just barely off center to the left, and so I got hit. But thankfully, I finished that part of the wave to the right, which means I didn't have to watch Maki walk to that side, and this is the last part of the game. Time is now. That was not only a bigger personal best than I was ever expecting to get in this game again. That was a run that I'm pretty sure I'm fairly happy with leaving for now to represent this game with.
That feels pretty good. Kind of sucks that a glitch absolutely robbed me of my super attack right at the very end, but that felt like a pretty solid run overall. Deathless, baby, with Maki. Nice.
You okay? You okay there, buddy?
Suddenly, I don't know what to say. As you can see. I was gonna say something about the cute cutscene happening behind me, but I forgot the name of the girl again, and I feel bad.
Kami!
But, she said we arrived late, and I don't know, 45 minutes doesn't seem that bad. So, I was wondering if I wouldn't have any more big PBs after I got the 50.05, I believe, was my previous best. But, that was an even bigger personal best than the one I got before this, to barely miss the sub 50. So, yeah, that new combo I just found during this run, the 3 hits of the regular combo, then the first hit of the special moves, and then rinse and repeat, that seems to go pretty freaking fast. And that definitely, I think, takes Maki out of reach of Tincho for playing this game quickly. Sorry, Tincho. Sorry, Zazie. Fun. Speedrunning this game definitely adds a ton of fun to the overall experience of such an incredibly simple and easy game. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. Thank you so much for watching. I'm pretty happy about that. Feeling good. Thank you.
And truly, thank you all so much for being here and for watching. Thank you again, White Wolf, for the raid. And I just remembered I should do a shout out. It takes me so much to remember that I should do that when people raid me. Thank you. I'm really honored that you also stuck around. Thank you for participating in the prediction as well. I hope you enjoyed that little aspect of it. I can now settle that. Did anybody? Nope, nobody voted for 45XX. But that was the result. We got a 45-15. Yep, that was the proper retiming. Okay, so that was my submission video for Maki Paw of Fury. Coming up next, switching back to the world of Kunio. This is something a little bit different. Here we've got a co-op speedrun submission that I will be hopefully able to do on the main stage with good friend Yellsrake. Let's hop into this video.
Hi, my name is Yellsrake.
And I'm Saria.
And this is a submission of River City Ransom for AGDQ 2026. This is a co-op novice mode submission with a 10-minute completion estimate.
River City Ransom is the Western release of Downtown Neketsu's story, a 1989 RPG-inspired beat-em-up. It was last featured at AGDQ in 2021 in the form of a single-player race between me and Will Bobsled, which Saria energetically commentated.
This time around, Yellsrake and I wish to complete the game together on the GDQ stage. Both of us are top 3 runners of the game in the single-player category. Last year at AGDQ 2024, after a session of combining our expertise in the practice room, we walked away with the co-op world record, which still stands at 7 minutes and 45 seconds.
River City Ransom is a colorful, over-the-top game chock full of famous quotes, animations, and mechanics. It also has a reputation for its volatility, especially among speedrunners. Even in the medium difficulty mode, localized to the West as Novice Mode, the weakest enemy mobs can completely stunlock the player to their deaths the moment they enter a room.
However, a co-op speedrun significantly reduces the game's ability to derail the playthrough. Much of the game's danger is diffused with the many obvious advantages of 2 heroes teaming up. If one player is being targeted, the other can swoop in to save the day. Even if one player dies at an unfortunate time, all the other player has to do is leave the room, and the KO'd player is immediately revived with full health. This allows for progress to be quickly restored upon deaths, unlike in the single-player modes where defeated players are automatically teleported to a potentially far-away mall.
In fact, not only are most deaths substantially less punishing in co-op, but they're even a main focus of the run. It's true, and console slowdown is to blame. River City Ransom already suffers from slowdown in the single-player mode, especially in certain areas. When 2 player characters populate the screen, the game inherently moves even slower due to the increased demand on the console. As a result, the designated tag-along player spends a large amount of the speedrun strategically dying in order to reduce slowdown.
It's often as comedic as it sounds, but it takes legitimate experience, planning, and skill to do this effectively throughout the run. And with all that said, it's not like this is just a single-player speedrun with a hindrance. Yes, one player does most of the fighting, but the other player is far from superfluous. In addition to the safety of a second player's presence, some new strats are possible, especially ones related to moving quickly through rooms. A high-level River City Ransom co-op speedrun necessitates constant communication between the players, and non-stop adaptivity from both when engaging their respective tasks. River City Ransom demands vigilance and flexibility at all times, and truly, each player's role is equally vital to complete each room like clockwork.
A River City Ransom co-op speedrun was last performed at GDQ in 2015, and the game has been completely overhauled since then. This run would showcase all of the modern world record boss strategies developed by Will Bobsled, which have turned one-on-one boss fights into displays of dominance. The main fighting character can utterly control all of the bosses even before the acquisition of Stone Hands, a special stun-locking move. This means a faster and smoother route can be used, which does not have to rely on stopping for an early money grind.
River City Ransom's cartoonish personality has stood the test of time, and speedrunning developments of this decade have allowed the NES title to shine even brighter than before.
We would be delighted to exhibit those improvements to a classic game together on the GDQ stage.
Thank you to the Games Committee for considering this game for AGDQ 2026.
Good luck with the event. Take care.
The potential for 8-1X, if not for the twins. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, Throat. I'll get more water when we get to Roxy.
Homeboys.
Homeboys! You heard us. Did we stutter? I don't think we did. Still do it. That speed changes.
Yep. You gotta be so focused for that. And now, an act for the throat. The throat has been appeased.
Ah. Where's Stay Hydrated bot when you need it?
Yeah. Yeah, the Dragon Twins really are clowns. When you get a good chance to see it like that, it really is apparent. Just brush up your shoulder a little bit. Thank you for not punching.
Yeah, I don't think he had any idea who he wanted to punch.
That's the worst pattern.
Out of position.
Thank you for being nice.
That is awesome. Wow, so close to it as well.
Yeah. What?
Sub 2?
Yep. Oh no.
Split.
That was good tapping.
Yeah.
I went up and tapped down. Thank you.
Nice.
Okay. Hello, sideburns. Doug?
Doug, please. Killer.
Thank you. I think almost every time you have saved me. So if we think about it, you are the MVP, actually. You are the most important player here. Whoa. No.
I accidental left press right there.
Whoa, that was actually unsafe.
That was scary.
Me trying to be safe was unsafe. Okay, no right spawns. That should be okay. Nice.
Oh no. Okay, it's alright.
He's just happy to be here.
Hey guys! Can I get your autograph?
I was thinking about it too, and I just wasn't.
I'm hoping it won't matter because it's just one homeboy's point.
Yeah, if we get mob or something in the next room, it'll be fine.
We'll know to reset it real quick as well. So if we don't get, but looking for mob or better.
That's fine.
Gee whiz, okay.
Watch internationals.
Weapons all around. Oh, they want that one.
Douche just was perfectly okay with letting whatever happens happen.
Very nice.
You throw away the nerves. I have more than you again!
Rats!
Second half away! Yeah.
Figures.
Alright, double right internationals. Make sure they both come down.
Should be good.
Yeah. Nice. Valid. Very nice. Herb Village! I miss my dash. I hate that. In this room. Woo! Yes!
Okay, I'm glad he picked up the chain so you didn't have to by accident. Yo, burst.
Perfect punches. Alright. 6-0. Very, very good entry here. Internationals are very bad.
That weapon is all the way over there as well.
Yeah, and so they might... Oh, he had another one? That's really unlikely. Wow.
All the weapons.
Wait, was that... That's 3 international weapons?
We'll try it. Yeah.
Focus.
That was just 2 apparently. Somehow.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Let's do this.
Very
Yes, okay. We got this. How did he outrange me?
Good. All good. We wouldn't do that to you.
I already had to shut down one stream today.
Today? Jeez. Ridiculous.
Might not be enough.
You got the backup. You're good, you're good, you're good. Turned him around, I'm sorry.
Fine. We got it. Oh, I missed a punch! No!
It's okay, it's okay, it's fine.
Oh man, that sucks.
It's okay. It's an amazing run. I'm
is.
not moving, so there's no lag. This is like 7 something ridiculous. Oh, the dance. The dance makes me so happy.
That's a dumb mistake, but I'll take it. 7:45. Amazing. GG
What the heck
yells.
was that?
GG yells. That's a good one.
That's a proper run right there. I want to watch it back. I'm like, what did we do wrong? Like, that felt really.
You nailed the movement in the warehouse too.
I did.
It was valid.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only things I just had some messy fights with the gangs because I was nervous, and I messed up the dumbest round to miss punches on because I think there was a little bit of extra lag, and so I was like I have to crash immediately, and so I only hit him with 2 punches on
Right,
round
and
6.
like again, left facing Simon. That's just like I'm amazed that you only missed that.
Yeah,
one.
and I was happy about that. It's like okay, I got it, and then I missed the round after the adjustment. But it would have just been like a 7. It would have been a 740, maybe a low 744.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably 743, but still, that's nice.
Sacred oil. This is Dingle Hopper.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty nice. So, yeah, you just let it go, and
Yeah.
NES controllers are nice.
here I am.
Shout out to Skunky.
Keyboards are great, but now I'm a real gamer. now I know.
Right here. I don't know.
Usually laptop, yeah. And I was worried that I wouldn't be able to do these attempts very well with playing as Ryan, with playing the lead character, because especially every time I warmed up, I would not even be able to hit regular dashes, but I was hitting all the re-dashes and
You hit the
everything.
shakedown.
Yeah.
I mean, like
Now I got to do a box sled.
yes. Now it's time to do a celebratory.
We have to celebrate.
Celebratory box sled.
And you were perfect. You did everything right.
That was so good. I'm very, very pleased. There's our the end.
That was a spicy run.
That was
GG.
pretty spicy. GG.
Amazing.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Happy.
7:45 at River City Ransom Co-op at
7:30
AGDQ
win.
2024. Thank you to
Perfect.
and also thank you to Mad Mega for making all this possible, bringing the setup. And now I gotta also do the
Yep.
The end. Question mark?
Question mark? You just go single player for this.
Yeah.
New Game Plus.
Oh, I wish.
That was our River City Ransom co-op submission. Yells is submitting the same video on his end, and hopefully we get that in. Yeah, as Will Bobsled just said in chat, there were actually 2 major time losses in that run. The first one was when we were entering the warehouse the first time and I was trying to pick up the crate. Doug threw the crate way away, which cost like 3 or 4 seconds and just looked bad. And we didn't know at the time that when we're fighting Simon at the end, if I had actually taken out Yells, then it would have swapped Simon to giving Ryan's dialogue after the fight, which is way shorter. So that would have ended up being like the extra time that I would have taken to defeat Alex would have been saved back and then some by us receiving a lot less dialogue at the end. So that's something to think about for possible attempts in the future. And I am actually slated, tentatively, to visit Yellsrake at his place in November, and we might do some more attempts, and so maybe we'll try that. But that is the submission for River City Ransom Co-op. Moving on now to Super Dodgeball Brawlers. The Kunio continues, and it will throughout the rest of this stream. We've got 2 more games to go. This is basically a 20-minute video essay to start out this video. I hope that it is an entertaining and informative start here. And then we've got, of course, the 2 category examples that I'm going to be showing afterward. So, we've got Super Dodgeball Brawlers.
Hi there, my name is Saria, and this is an event submission video for Super Dodgeball Brawlers. Super Dodgeball Brawlers is a 2008 Kunio-kun sports game for the Nintendo DS, one of Arc System Works' first Kunio projects. It is a part of the Super Dodgeball series, whose most popular entry in the West might be the NES classic, simply titled Super Dodgeball. Super Dodgeball Brawlers carries on the same basic premise that the original title established. Whack your opponents with a dodgeball over and over until they can't dodgeball no more. The player controls one of 4 main players on the left side of a dodgeball pitch, using a variety of different throws, including dramatic super shots, to damage the 4 main opponents on the other side. Behind the main players are 3 auxiliary players who can either chuck relatively weak surprise shots at their nearby foes or simply pass the ball back to their teammates on the field. This DS title features a main tournament mode, a versus mode, a free-for-all brawl mode very reminiscent of the NES title's Beanball mode, and, my favorite part, a locker room where the player can create their own teams, customizing every single player right down to the faces, hairstyles, uniforms, stats, and super shots. In this video, we will be exploring speedruns of the tournament mode, using carefully constructed teams designed specifically to complete each match as quickly as possible. So, let's take a look at 2 different speedrun categories for the main tournament mode using my custom speedrunning team, any % easy and 100% hard. Speedrunning event estimates for these categories should safely sit at 12 minutes and 17 minutes respectively. For the entire titular main tournament of the tournament mode, we can address the 2 categories as one, because both categories must complete all 9 rounds of the tourney, from round 1 against Hanazono High School to the final against Team USA. These 2 rounds are the only ones guaranteed to put the player against the same team every single time. Rounds 2 and 3 choose the player's opponent team from a set pool of random teams, then rounds 4 through 6 choose from a different pool, then round 7 and the semifinal choose from a pool of only 3 of the stronger teams in the game. As is customary for a Kunio game, completing this game as quickly as possible involves a lot of luck in happening to run into enemy teams with low defensive stats, allowing them to be quickly dispatched by the player's shots. But it's not that simple. In Super Dodgeball Brawlers, the enemy AI target is fairly likely to catch, duck beneath, or jump over the player's shots. This becomes even more likely to befall certain super shots, as the AI is programmed to have an easier time foiling some supers compared to others. That's why I have constructed a custom team where every single field player possesses the best known super shots for overwhelming the AI in the Western version: the grounded samurai shot and the aerial electro shot. The Samurai Shot is by far the most useful ground super in the game for speedrunning. It's not the only ground super which can pierce through everyone it hits, but it's the only one of those which deals very effective damage and has a relatively low chance of being foiled by enemy AI. Not a single one of the existing characters in any of the 20 regular teams of Super Dodgeball Brawlers has the Samurai Shot, meaning it can only be utilized via custom characters. Wild, right? The one downside of the Samurai Shot is that it cannot be steered once it has been thrown, unlike the classic piercing super shot first seen with Sam, also known as Kunio, in Super Dodgeball. This means that sometimes the Samurai Shot begins flying at its target, only to leave the player helplessly watching as every enemy casually walks out of harm's way. In any case, the Samurai Shot's piercing quality is great for speedy play, because an auxiliary teammate will often catch it, allowing the player to immediately send the ball back to the field for a smooth, endless cycle of Samurai Shots. The Electro Shot is also the best known aerial super, for many reasons. It's extremely strong, it has a lower chance of being foiled than the Samurai Shot, and, best of all, unlike most supers in the game, the Electro Shot is a homing shot. It is very rare for enemies to correctly time their evasive jumps so perfectly that they manage to escape the giant homing ball of death, and that's basically the only way they can get away from it aside from catching it. The two major downsides of the Electro Shot is that it moves very slowly through the air and that it does not pierce, which means that it can only damage one enemy, after which point it usually drops onto the enemy's side of the field, giving them possession of the ball and slowing things down. With those pros and cons together, the strategy of my super speedrunning team consists of hurling Samurai Shots for the main body of each match, working to manipulate enemies into clusters as much as I can, so I can hit as many enemies as possible with each individual shot. When only one or two enemies remain, I'll switch to using Electro Shots for a greater chance of confirmed damage to someone. I also may use Electro Shots at any time if I notice an enemy extremely close to the center line, which means the ball will rebound back to my side if I hit them, giving up the chance for a clustered hit for the benefit of getting the ball back even faster from a single hit. When a single enemy remains and I notice that they don't even require super shot damage for a KO, I'll usually use a normal shot instead, especially if they're laying on the ground or panting. If an enemy has been struck by a super shot, they'll rocket to the stratosphere and/or bounce off the walls and/or roll around for a while. This delays the start of their KO animation once they're out of health, which slows things down. A normal shot skips all of this nonsense and clears them from the field much faster. So, all that said, my auxiliary players just pass the ball back to my main players and look pretty, but sometimes they get the chance to finish the match with an efficient normal shot. Shoutouts to those guys. That's the basic rundown of how I will be strategically employing Samurai Shots and Electro Shots to mow down all of my opponents for the first 8 matches of the tournament, as long as I get lucky teams to face and the AI cooperates in the matches themselves. Several highly defensive teams can show up to crash the party with their slow average completion time, like Russia, Egypt, and, most likely of them all, Germany. However, Super Dodgeball Brawlers seems relatively deterministic with its team selection RNG. What I mean by that is, if I were to complete the first couple of matches on a similar pace every time, I'd end up facing all of the same teams in almost the same order from that point onward. Thankfully, Super Dodgeball Brawlers tends to gift the players some of the nicest sequences of teams when they're on the best paces, so getting good luck early on and playing well is rewarded by the game. Imagine that. Once the semi-final has been completed, we reach the final against Team USA. This is also the point in easy mode where a useful item will appear in the shop. That's right, the tournament mode has a shop you can visit to buy buffs in between matches. With the Atomic Arm now equipped to boost our damage output, we march into the match in every main game category that contains probably the most variance and volatility. Team USA has it all. High defenses, high attack power, and, worst of all, a very, very high chance for all of its players to catch and dodge the players' shots. This makes the tournament final a suitably ultimate gauntlet of luck in terms of going as quickly as possible. But once the unpredictable Team USA has been defeated, the credits will roll in easy mode, and any percent easy is complete. But if we played our cards right, in hard mode, the run doesn't end here. If the player completes the tournament final without a single one of their characters having been KO'd in any of the matches, they will be rewarded with the chance to play the first of 2 post-tourney special matches. This is actually the most prominent difference between all of the difficulty modes. Easy mode's ultimate ending point is Team USA, normal mode's ultimate ending point is the first special match, and hard mode's ultimate ending point is the second special match, which is the final possible match in the game. The 3 difficulty modes do all have differences in the enemy AI and stats, but the stat changes are mostly negligible from a defensive standpoint and usually avoidable from a power standpoint. However, this point is still very relevant in the case of my exact custom team, because of how I built them for this speedrun. To make all of my characters optimal for completing the game as fast as possible, I maxed out all of their offenses so they could KO everyone faster. This normally leaves a few stat points available to boost my defenses for safety, but normal mode and hard mode runs throw a wrench into this. The first of the 2 bonus teams is to blame, because that team is the Shadow Clone team. And the Shadow Clone team is based on the players, right down to the stats. Which means, you guessed it, if I set my own custom team's defense and HP down to dangerously low values, I can defeat the Shadow Clone team exorbitantly faster in Special Match 1. This is a little detail that I can use to create tension and excitement in the crowd throughout the entirety of a hard mode run. In actuality, I can guarantee the ability to show off the entire game with the game's inclusion of 3 save slots, meaning I can have safety saves for each of the special matches. That said, I should still be able to showcase a legitimate 100% run most of the time, despite my team's intentionally horrifying defenses. In hard mode, the enemy AI is designed to prioritize the use of super shots with their main players. This means that the hard mode AI is actually way easier to predict and react to than the easy mode AI, because in easy mode, our opponents can decide to do just about anything at any time, sometimes unreactably.
Wow.
So even in hard mode, as long as I'm playing well, cutting off my enemy's options, and remaining with some semblance of control, I should often make it look like there's no danger at all throughout every match except one. That match being the final against Team USA. The reason is singular, their Neketsu Burst ability. In Super Dodgeball Brawlers, every team is given a special power which grants them temporary beneficial effects when triggered during the match. The player can choose a Neketsu Burst for themselves, and the most useful one is also the one which Team USA employs, the burst named Ultimate. When this power is activated, if any shot at all hits its target, it essentially guarantees a one-hit KO. As you might imagine, this can ruin Deathless runs in a matter of seconds or less. But even the ultimate Neketsu Burst can be countered simply through vigilance. Sometimes enemies use it unreactively or during animation cooldowns, and there's nothing to be done. But if the player carefully watches Team USA's burst meter filling, they can be ready for the moment of activation, especially once the player gains a handle on when the AI likes to pull the trigger. In many cases, this happens when the player is still in possession of the ball, meaning they can harmlessly run out the clock on the enemy's burst meter, then resume winning the match. But again, if the 100% hard category has been accepted for the event, and disaster strikes at any point during the run, I'll have safety saves ready so that unfortunate player KOs won't crash the party in any way that matters. All that said, once Team USA has been defeated on hard mode, it's on to the first special match against the Shadow Clones. And honestly, in contrast to the epic final showdown of the NES title, this battle should be over before it starts thanks to our strategically self-sabotaged stats. The true epic finale of 100% Hard is Special Match 2 versus the Dodge Masters. Not only is this an intimidating and strong team, their leader is by far the most extreme and unfair character in the entire game. King DB, or as I assume, King Dodgeball's stats completely break the rules. Almost every single possible attack in the game will only ever deal him 1 point of damage per hit, and his HP is absolutely through the roof. As you might expect, that makes this the longest match in the game. You might also expect that this is a Sisyphean, monotonous 10-minute slog as a result. But, beautifully, that is not at all the case. Because there's one critical feature of Super Dodgeball Brawlers that I haven't brought up yet. One of the traits of the DS title that makes it stand out from other Super Dodgeball games is the ability for characters to punch and kick with the X and Y buttons. Punches are quick jabs that freeze enemies in place for just a moment, while kicks completely knock enemies down. This is meant usually just as a bit of flavor, because both punches and kicks can only ever deal 1 damage no matter what. However, they are often crucial for speedrunning at all times, because well-timed kicks often make the difference between the player picking up a ball close to the center line or an enemy picking it up. In fact, every single match starts with me kicking the opponent away so that I can gain first possession of the ball. Good use of kicks throughout runs can add up to save huge chunks of time. But against the wild card behemoth that is King Dodgeball, it is not kicks which completely solve his stat puzzle. It is punches. In the battle against the Dodge Masters, if King Dodgeball's 3 field teammates grab a hold of the ball, they will very often pass it straight to their leader. He will then always rush to the player's side to unleash one of his 2 super shots. In both cases, the player has a chance to place the ball at the center line and use it as bait for King Dodgeball to stay focused on it at the line. Otherwise, he will lose interest, cede possession to the player, and walk out of reach. But for as long as he stays within reach, the player can then absolutely wail on King Dodgeball with flurries of quick jabs, melting his gigantic health bar in a tiny fraction of the time it would take to complete this match normally. Kicks would be faster than dodgeball shots, and they're safer as well, providing way easier timings to manage. But in terms of time potential, they cannot come close to well-executed strings of punch sequences. This involves way trickier turnarounds and far more opportunities for King Dodgeball to suddenly insta-throw at terrible times, but it no longer matters if any of our teammates are KO'd. This is the last possible match, so all gloves are off, no punches are pulled, and anything goes. This zany strategy makes the final climactic battle of 100% Hard the most technical and unique, though this strategy also works wonderfully against the leader of India early in the game. If everything goes to plan in this frantic final clash, King Dodgeball and all of his teammates will succumb to the true Dodge Masters, and 100% Hard will be complete. Super Dodgeball Brawlers fits right into the Kunio franchise as a characteristically bright, quirky, humorous, and crisp gaming affair. It's slightly slower paced than many other entries in the Super Dodgeball series, but packs plenty of a punch, literally, and brims with its own special characteristics and colorful charm. Its speedruns are surprisingly varied and deep for a seemingly repetitive game loop, and 100% Hard especially builds to a wild climactic ending. The game is very marathon-friendly, with donations being welcome at basically any time, and safety saves ensuring that a 100% hard mode run can showcase the entire game. It's a hot-blooded, spirited little adventure, and maybe it has a chance to add something to your event. Thank you so much for considering Super Dodgeball Brawlers. Good luck with the event! If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at my included contact mediums. I will now provide example runs of both the any % easy category and the 100% hard category. Enjoy!
Can they catch? Yes, they can. Wow. What a play. Easy mode is actually harder than hard mode, man, because they can do crap like that. Ha! You just have to respect it sometimes. What's up, Brian Williams? It's excellent to see you. That was a god tier play there. Easy. Nice duck, and somehow I didn't get a double out of it. That's interesting. At least we got Vicky. And a double there. Ow, my pretty blue-eyed blonde-haired face. How dare you do that to me? I'm going to get a double on you, and then I'm going to take you out with a little boop. Boop. See, I told you. Alright. What do we get now? Taiwan, okay. Do they cooperate this time, or do they troll us to heaven and hell and back again? Okay, a double to start. Oh, they were lined up for a triple! And I missed my turnaround there, so I got a slow hit in the back of the head. Whatever, maybe that'll line them up here? Not really. We got the ball back quickly. There we go, okay. Now, here, I don't think Chung Kai is one hit away, so I'm just gonna pass him the ball and hit him a couple times. Punch, kick, that should be enough, right? No way. Okay, Yell's got the ball, so we can take him out quickly here. No, Ice! That wasn't for you! Okay, that didn't lose that much time, actually. That didn't lose nearly as much time as it could have compared to me leaving a guy with 1 HP left. But it was super silly. It looked kind of bad, and it felt kind of bad. But now we've got Kenya in round 3, so maybe we can turn things around. Kenya be good, Kenya. Oh, baby, we get a triple out of that. Thank you for that. Thank you for Kenya. And now I should get the ball back here, and so I can finish him off really quickly. We still almost got a sub 2 at the end of round 3. After all that nonsense to end off the Taiwan round. Oh, goodness gracious. So this is a bit of a weird start, but it's a fast start. Not as fast as the start that we had a little while ago, by about 15 or 20 seconds, but still, I'll definitely accept this. And we get the France round 4 sequence. Okay, so we can get faster sequences than this, but if France cooperates, we can really get off on a heater here. Nice. Oh, but the ball angled upward. At least it did hit 2 people, at least. At least. Give me a triple. Oh, baby. Now that's a good start to rounds 4 through 6. Win! Okay. The boys are feeling good. I'm feeling good. Now we get Holland, right? Yep. So not as good as the France-China-Mexico sequence, but still, if Holland cooperates, we can still make some magic with this. Line up, please. Nice triple. Okay. We're seeing lots of triples in this run. Maybe this is the one. Okay. Just 2 guys left. Come on, hit Artus. Oh, man, and they freaking caught it. Let's get them both out of here. I'm playing it safe with lecture shots here, and now if I kick Artus again, he should have low enough HP. I'm gonna play it safe here. After what happened earlier, I'm not gonna let 1 HP happen again. They activated Super Catch Dodge, but it was too late. We're past Holland. That was not too bad. Gotta say, kind of BS how there's no South Korea team in this dodgeball game. I know, right? That would be so awesome. I guess maybe they just wanted to have 20 teams. But yeah, it would be awesome to have a South Korean team, because it would work great for this stage, even though it's kind of like the generic Asian stage, and maybe that's not great. But we got a double to start here, so we got a decent start here, and then he trolls us there. Lao Chen does catch a decent amount, and he trolled us even harder. Oh, come on, we just lost 2 cycles there. Give me a double. Okay, at least Yell's caught it. So this is not great, but I'm gonna try to pierce him and get the ball right back. I could probably just throw this right into him without a special, but I'm playing it safe because I'm leery about not dealing enough damage after what happened in round 2. So I'm just playing it super safe with a special to make sure I get all of his HP down. Now we've got a resolute sub 5. I think it might have actually been a sub 430 at the end of round 6 on the kill, so we're looking pretty good here. We're about 35 seconds ahead of world record, heading into Germany. Germany went well in world record. We need another good one, and we got a triple to start off. Very nice. We are on sub 5 pace, but we need a really, really good last 3 rounds here. Okay, Schmidt is already almost done. Oh, but he caught. Oh, come on. And now we've got this happening. That somehow went over my head. Come on, get out of here. Give me the ball back, please. Oh my goodness, I missed. I thought I was going to get the accidental dash, and I didn't, and so I played it super safe. And that was a little bit awkward, but there's been some awkwardness in this run, and we're still doing fine. Let's not worry about it. Let's just keep on throwing the dodgeball. Okay, now they've got Super Catch Dodge activated, so if they can line up for a double here, that'd be nice. Oh, but they got the ball away from me. So at this point, I might as well just keep on doing this, maybe. Please stop passing the ball. Okay, I got the timing that time. Give me a double. Thank you. And now Bauer's one hit away. Nice. Not a bad Germany. Unfortunately, we're going to get Italy next instead of Brazil, so I'm probably going to lose time on this round compared to the world record, because Italy never usually has the same time potential that Brazil does. They technically do, but look at what's going to happen here. Catch right out the gate. I probably should have moved Pretty Face Guy to the back by passing right off the bat, but... now, please give me a grouping. It was going to be a nice grouping, but Giuliano... The Pretty Face Guys always have to cause a ruckus and cost a lot of time by catching. It's the battle of the Pretty Face Guys here, and I'd really like to get Giuliano off the stage if he's going to keep ruining me with catches over and over and over again. Alright, there he goes. I'm not getting any chances to get piercing samurai shots here to get groupings and hit multiple people at the same time because the ball keeps ending up on their side. Just like that. Okay, at least he didn't get me there. And now Lorenzo is all by himself here. So we have to do 2 cycles to end off here. Oh, nice. That's more like a cycle and a half because Yells gets the ball and so we get it back early. That saves a decent amount of time. So we get a sub-7 kill after the semifinal. Still could have been a lot faster if we had fought Brazil, and it still could have been a faster Italy fight. Oh, look, a 2-headed boy. But yeah, if we had been able to get the ball back on our side, we could have gone for more samurai shots and gone for more groupings, but we have a shot here. We're still about 10-15 seconds ahead of world record, heading into the finals. Probably not sub-8 pace, but let's see if we can get a good Team USA fight. We got a double to start off. These guys can just catch and dodge forever, but again, they treated us well, and oh baby, we got a triple. And 2 guys are already almost out. Oh my goodness, 2 triples in a row. What is happening here? It's probably going to go south at any moment, but we got another double. Ash still needs some hits on him. And so, oh my, don't catch Ash. We actually have a shot at sub-8 right now. He jumped. It happened. It happened way faster than I thought it would. That is a sub-8 in Super Dodgeball Brawler's easy mode. You absolutely can get to the credits in less than 8 minutes in this game. Heck yes. So, there were 2 blemishes-ish in this run. The first was the end of the Taiwan fight in round 2. That was some nonsense, but it was kind of funny. And then Italy was not great, but wow. That Team USA fight was definitely the fastest I've ever done it. I did not know it could possibly go that fast. They did not catch or dodge a single time. Every single throw resulted in damage, and we got at least 3 triples. Everything converted. And that gave us the sub-8. Unreal. Absolutely unreal. Incredible. And the boys are stoked about it, and so am I. I can't believe that it happened like that. I didn't even have time to get nervous because the Team USA fight went way too fast. And yeah, a lot more time can be saved, obviously, if Italy goes better. If we can manage to get a fast cycle through round 6, that can give us Brazil and Italy, and then those 2 rounds both go really well, we might be potential, and you get a really good beginning, we might be looking at sub-7 being possible, but it's going to be unbelievably difficult to get the game to cooperate that much, and you need to execute perfectly. But for now, sub-8. Saving more than a minute from the previous world record, as it sat the day before today. Not bad. Not bad. I feel pretty good about it. You go, Bo. Thank you again to everybody who worked on this game. I can't say it enough. This game just delights me. I can't put it down. I want to play it over and over and over and over again. It's just... I love it just as much as I did when I first played it in 2008, all the time. And it's gonna be sad whenever the world records get to be so good that it feels impossible to get new PBs. Because it's been such a blast these last 2 weeks to keep pushing this game down lower and lower in all the categories. And it's nice to get this time in one of the main categories. Nice flips, Yells. Hope you all enjoyed that run. I had an amazing time. So maybe that's a bad omen. That's great. So we both have moms that we have that connection with about like special things happening on the clock. Get away from me. Get away from me. Be hit by dodgeball. Right now. Yes. And now be hit by dodgeball again. Boom. And now turn into an angel and fly away. Thank you. Oh, we got a creature forming. Thank you for Kenya. Thank you for Kenya. Now, can you be good, Kenya? Nice, that's a good start. Always good to get that first hit on Nyomo early. Or is it Njomo? I need to research how to pronounce things correctly in African languages. Even though there are literally thousands of African languages. Alright, pretty good, Kenya. Saudi Arabia in round 3. Okay. Don't know how to feel about that. We'll see if they cooperate. They can go really quickly. But that's pretty rare. Okay. That's a nice start. I got an accidental downward motion off of the ball. And we got another triple. Oh, baby. That's a little trolly. Okay, so let's play it safe here. And he caught. Okay. It was such a good start, and then all that nonsense happened. But at least it should still just be one more round at least. Alright, Saudi Arabia hadn't been cooperating for me lately, but that was pretty good. So we got a decent Kenya and a decent Saudi Arabia, and so we should maybe be in line with seeing France in round 4? Maybe? China in round 4. Okay, that's at least a good team to see. I don't know exactly what the sequence is going to be in rounds 4 through 6. But... oh, dang it, and he trolled us by catching right at the very beginning. They were lined up for a quad hit. But instead, we got absolutely nothing, and we'll like it. Except I didn't like it, so maybe there's something wrong with me. But we got 2 doubles in a row, so... there's nothing wrong with the rest of this round so far. I'm gonna play it safe now, because they were really separated. Okay. And a good ending. Once again, using the normal strike there to get them to turn into an angel faster, instead of using the super and making them roll around a bunch. Now we get Mexico. Okay, very nice. If we can see... this might give us France in round 6. I think maybe I have seen this sequence before. I'm gonna pass because that's faster than walking back. Oh, dang it, we got the downward throw again because we were just barely too close. They were lined up for better than that. Don't catch, please. Darn you. We're getting a lot of catches in this run, but at least they're not super slow catches, like when they're really far away from the line. Nice triple. Oh, baby. Now we should just be one hit away. Please don't catch. Thank you. Nice. Now we're on great pace to get another sub-5 round 6. You're out! Oh, what a nice grouping there. We're such a team. Now I'm thinking at this point, maybe the next sub-6 round 6 I get, it is France. Maybe the next sub-6 round 6 I get, we'll see where it goes, but maybe I'll just leave the... Ow! The back of my pretty foot. Maybe I'll just leave the category to rest for a while after this, because it's starting to wear me down. It seems unbelievably difficult to get a pace even remotely close to what I got in the 12:48 world record. It just seems so unreasonable. Like it was unreasonable to get a triple there, even though it looked like I was going to. At least we got somebody. Okay, and now that guy was super close, and so I'm gonna miss picking up the ball, even though it was a perfect layup. That gave him time to run in, though. It was RNG manipulation, that's all it was. I got a couple of really quick shots off because of that. And now they've activated super catch dodge, and so that's a guaranteed final hit, basically, because it makes them dodge being able to catch. And we've got that sub-5. Very nice. It's not the fastest pace I've ever had, but it's what I'm looking for. So we can at least take this into round 7 and get Germany once again. Even though this was a sequence that I'm not used to seeing in rounds 4 through 6. All roads lead to frickin' Germany. And so they're going to take ages to take out with their high health and defense, but that's just what you expect to see at this point. So hopefully we get lots of good groupings. Nice kick there, Schmidt. Please don't catch, darn it. Okay, hopefully this will be a guaranteed hit. Okay, it got somebody at least. Schmidt is already almost down. Don't catch, darn it. Okay, at least we've gotten some good groupings so far. Let's set those up again with the samurai shot. Nice. Oh baby. We haven't gotten any quads in this run, but the triples are all over the place. Another one! Yes, they've got super catch dodge activated again, and so that causes them to catch much less, even with the grounded supers. And even though they were staring at the aerial super that entire time, which means they're going to catch usually, they're in that glitched state, which means they're not going to catch. Okay, I'm going to kick him a couple more times, or maybe just one more time, so that we ensure that he has a low enough health that one more aerial super is going to take him out. That's a really good Germany fight. Win! So we're probably going to see Italy next, and so we're probably going to have a slow fight. Ooh, Brazil! Okay, that's interesting. So these guys also catch a heck of a lot, and if they activate their high dash jump, they're probably gonna kill me. But if that happens, you see how low their defense is, and they have less health than Italy and Germany, so they can also go a lot faster. So please don't catch all over the place. Please don't catch until the cows come home, and the cows might never come home. All right, let's get some more samurai shots. And he caught again. Oh man, so much potential here. Nice triple. It's just Gonzalez left, and he has quite a bit of health left, but it's only 2 hits because of the low defense. The 2 official languages of Kenya are Swahili and English. Okay, that's really awesome. Thank you for looking that up. Oh man. Oh, see, they get so difficult to wrangle on this stage whenever they activate their high dash jump. And so I took a bit of a noob hit there, but Ice can have the ball because they are done for. And this is a really, really good pace heading into Team USA in the final. So let's buy that atomic arm, give ourselves 8 more ball power. And this is where the luck even takes a higher turn, because these guys can just never let you deal them damage. They can just catch and dodge forever. Let's see what happens now. We got a really good Team USA fight in the 12:48, so we're up against it here. I could have sworn he was going to catch both of those, but we'll take it. Raphael has taken a lot of damage. Oh, baby, a triple. Okay, now we've dealt some damage to everybody else. This is going obscenely well so far. Okay, at least we got somebody. And we got the ball back for the samurai shot. Oh my goodness, they're not putting up a fight. Just like last time. And Ash is down. Holy cow, all the triples. And now we gotta watch out for the ultimate. Okay. Give me 2 more shots and just take him. Don't catch, please. Come on, go down. That was 17 seconds faster than the easy mode world record in the finals. I'm just going straight through. I'm not even going to worry about giving these guys the super catch dodge ability because we want these guys to go down way before that. Please cooperate. Please don't ever catch anything or... What is your problem? And I missed picking up the ball. Okay, a little bit of spaghetti there. Okay, we got it back. Please give me a quad hit. A triple. Don't catch, please. Your catch and dodge stats are supposed to be so low, and the game squirted me back to the middle of the stage out of nowhere there, but we got him. Okay, that was a little bit awkward, but this is even better than the pace that we had in the 1248. Significantly better. I never thought I'd see a pace like the one before again. This is 20 seconds plus faster. Oh my goodness. I've got to be ready for Heartbreak again, but I don't know what's going to happen if I can't close this one out. It's going to hurt a lot. That's all I'll know. I'll be fine if I can't close it out, but let's just try and close it out. Let's not worry about it. Let's just focus. Let's just see what happens with our samurai shots to start. They are not catching right now. If we can just focus all our efforts on King Dodgeball at the end, that would be amazing. So far, they're taking a lot of hits. Everybody but him is taking a hit. That's what I want. Are they together for one last samurai shot? That's the fastest that everybody else, except for King Dodgeball, has ever been taken out. Let's throw it to him, let him get up to the line, and here we go. It's time to smack this guy in the face. Okay, that was weird. Okay, the ball is right where I want it to be. Just try and line up. Ow. And now just, oh, it's not going to be deathless. That's a shame, but it's okay. I give him one little punch just to get some revenge for Dylan. And now let's get him back to the line. Let's focus. Don't worry about it. Just keep him here. Don't move away, please. Dang it. Okay, just throw it back. Catch it. Thank you. Kick him. Come over here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Gotta go for the triples. Gotta go for the time save. Let's get him out of the ultimate mode. We missed the kick. Okay. This is a pretty good start. Just focus. Don't think about that. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. There he goes. Okay, catch it, please. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't turn around, and that's some damage. 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Go for the threes. Come on. Don't be scared. Oh, I missed my turnaround again. Ow. Okay, at least he stayed here. He's so close to... It switched my controls back to the guy in the back without my consent, and he didn't catch it that time. Oh my gosh, he's so close. Come over here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And don't catch. Don't catch. That's the greatest run I've ever done of this game. And contextually, one of the greatest speedruns I've ever done. That is the second time anyone has ever completed this category in less than 13 minutes. And we crushed sub 12. That's with people catching several times in a lot of the rounds. We got trolled pretty much all over the place, but we didn't get trolled in ways that cost a ton of time. They usually caught close to the line so I could get the ball back really quickly. And so they weren't big blemishes. We got pretty good luck with all the teams heading up to round 6. We got China in round 4. They went pretty well. We got, goodness gracious. We got Mexico in round 5. They went fine. And we got France in round 6, right? I'm forgetting right now. I'm going to ruin this with me forgetting. It's so emotionally ridiculous to have to do what you have to do against the Dodge Masters that you forget about everything you've done up to that point. everything before that is just a blur because you have to focus so hard. And you might not even get the luck to be able to keep King Dodgeball at the sideline to whittle him down with punches with all that one damage that he would be taking anyway with the dodgeball. And he didn't stay perfectly at the line, but I did everything I needed to do. I got all those punches in. And the game didn't do terribly with switching my controls back to the back people like it does randomly on its own without your consent. It only happened once. I will tell you, I was rolling on the floor after I got this run because I would have been really happy with like a sub 12:30 with just getting a pace like kind of close to the 12:48 again and not losing 40 seconds. Just tapping it in a little bit better, I would have been happy. But this time, I blew it out of the entire ocean. I never expected a time this good. To beat the easy mode world record going into the USA, like taking out the last guy in the USA final. I knew it was possible, but I never thought it would happen. And we closed it out big time. That is a relief. I hope you all enjoyed that run. I was a wreck, but I had an amazing time as well.
Yes! That's it! That's the run! That's the one, baby! That's my best run ever in this game, dude. Yes! Yes! Sub freaking 12! That's the second ever sub 13! That was the run. Oh my goodness, and it was an unusual sequence in the middle part. I don't usually face Saudi Arabia in round 3 and then actually have it work out. Usually I get India on round 6 whenever I see Saudi Arabia round 3. I can't believe it. It's of course a shame again that I lost to Dylan so that it wasn't deathless. But what do I really have to complain about at all? I was so close to saying the 12:48 was just good as well, that I was just done with it. Well, I think I might be done with it now. Good luck to anybody who wants to try to beat this. I'm not going to say the category's dead, because we all know that speedrunning is a truly dynamic and incredible thing, and this is only current strategies, and even with this strategy, somebody could freaking beat me. You never know. You never know. But I really thought... I can't believe the Dodge Masters fight went as well as it did. I cannot believe it. That was the run. Super Dodgeball Brawlers. 100% every single team defeated in the hardest difficulty mode. In 11 minutes and 43 seconds. That's the one, dude. Yes. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed that. Let's go.
That was the video for Super Dodgeball Brawlers. With that, one submission video remains. It also happens to be the longest of all of them, because this one is River City Ransom Underground, which is longer than Maki Paw of Fury. Significantly longer, but It's not so long that I don't think it would fit in a marathon. It is generally around an hour and 11 minutes to complete a standard marathon run for this. And I feel like it is just packed with excitement potential. There's just so much going on at all times, and there's so much tension that can be softened by safety saves if things go wrong, which I'm going to be explaining in the video. But as absolutely nerve-wracking as it would be to do this on stage at AGDQ, my goodness gracious, I feel like it would be amazing for it. With that said, here we go into the final video of this stream, River City Ransom Underground.
Hi there, my name is Saria, and I am the current world record holder of River City Ransom Underground Any%. In this video, I'll let you know what to look for in considering this game for your speedrunning marathon, and it can serve as a general information piece for those looking to learn about the game. River City Ransom Underground is a 2017 indie sequel to the NES classic River City Ransom. The sequel was developed by Canadian studio Conatus Creative, which had some of the same staff that went on to create the hit River City Girls games. River City Ransom Underground carries the torch of the original game's unique free exploration RPG beat-em-up gameplay, while featuring a ton of playable characters, a wide range of enemies, bosses, and areas, and, most notably, an all-new fighting system. I'll run you through some things to expect throughout this run, which I believe could make this game a good fit for a speedrunning marathon. This Any% category involves completing the entire story quest on the standard difficulty mode, with plenty of high intensity and reaction intensive fights, cutscene skips, exploits, and big time-saving tricks. I'll talk about how marathon safe this game is shortly, but first, I'd like to express this game's potential to generate viewer interest throughout the run. The game opens with several races against the literal in-game clock, leading into cartoonishly funny time-saving exploits. The middle of the run features a precise but non-punishing cutscene skip directly into possibly the game's most notorious quest, fetching milk from the grocery store. I'm not kidding, it's infamous for a reason. The milk run also features a striking yet forgiving bit of platforming. Once that's done, the second act builds to a climactic finale featuring a plane shooting at the player through the windows of a corporate building, which can be used hilariously and satisfyingly against the enemies, of course. That all ends with a flashy boss instant kill into a death warp. The game then transitions into a frenetic third and final act, peppered with some aughts internet references via bosses, all capped off with a dramatic and zany final dungeon where all of the runner's precision and resource management are put to the biggest test yet. All that said, this game has moments of risk for large time losses, but it's very donor-friendly. The world record stands at 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 2 seconds, and the majority of no-reset runs should come in around 1 hour and 11 minutes. An absolute disaster run with current strategies shouldn't take any longer than 1 hour and 20 minutes. The most major time losses can be costly, but the majority can be avoided with safety saves, including the scariest and most time-costing element, the day-night cycle, denoted by the clock you see in the top right corner. The day-night cycle is potentially scary because several required events in the first act of the story will only occur at day or night, respectively, and this game has no feature which allows you to skip forward the in-game clock. However, these events just happen to be placed perfectly so that if you simply know where you're going, all of these events can be done in perfect order without having to wait one bit for the game to switch to day or night in order to trigger the events. The leniency for accomplishing this route without running out of time is quite safe, provided you start the beginning sequence of the game playing as Ryan, which saves time in dialogue. That in-game time save carries into the next part of the game. Once the introductory quest is completed, the game jumps to present day, prompting the player to choose a character. This provides an excellent opportunity for a donation incentive. For now, the player does not yet have access to the character who will be used to fly through most of the game, which is the modern version of Ryan. Until then, just about any of the characters provided to us are equivalently speedy in completing the next quest. I tend to choose Provi for this quest, and that's just because I think she's cool. The most important aspect of this quest is only to complete it fast enough to reach the next quest before nighttime, so this is a perfect chance for donors to decide who will be featured for this quest in the actual marathon run. After defeating the daytime boss, there are a few chase down quests to complete, one of which we can only trigger in the nighttime. Thankfully, that chase is the final one, and the very next required event happens in daytime, so traversing the world and completing the chases will take us safely but smoothly to the beginning of daytime. From that moment forward, the run is totally free from any special requirements of the day-night clock. In my interactions with all of the enemies, some patterns emerge in my fighting. This game employs an infinite combo prevention system, so naturally, you'll see me doing infinite combos whenever I can. I'm able to bypass the prevention system by performing a looping sequence of 4 non-consecutive moves. The older version of Ryan has the best single move for speedrunning this game, his dash kick, which is called the bird kick. Once I acquire the older Ryan, I am able to juggle enemies all the way across the screen by using very exact timings in sequence with the bird kick. By doing this, as well as flexibly adapting to unpredictable enemy behaviors, I can minimize the game's chance to fight back whenever I strike. It's a satisfying and familiar prowl through the modernized yet nostalgic streets of River City. And as it stands, even a slightly adjusted route to collect healing items for safety should very consistently finish in around 80 minutes. All the while, there are tons of amazing opportunities for donations to be read, and there's no telling what sorts of comedic moments this wild game will inflict upon me. Merv Tower and the endgame could result in large setbacks if user error results in late deaths, but some safety saves can also reduce the impact of such disasters. I'll provide a bit more information about that infamous milk quest. The first bit of Act 2 involves visiting the house of Cindy, Ryan's former girlfriend who was kidnapped in the original River City Ransom. As soon as her house is reached, I would be able to hype up the crowd in anticipation of the glory of the quest we are about to embark on. Cindy needs milk, and it's on us to pick it up for her. Upon this cutscene's completion, a milk carton will spawn in one of the previous malls. I will backtrack to that mall, and once I'm there, I must prepare to perform a skip as soon as I pick up a bottle of milk. Once I am carrying the milk, my character's movement will be slowed and restricted. However, with quick tapping, I am able to perform bursts of acceleration which outpace my normal running speed. If I do this very well, I will leave the mall before the characters who just appeared end their dialogue. If I'm successful, this will skip a fight outside of Cindy's house. This is a nice cherry on top of the milk quest, but missing it isn't the end of the world by any means. Only about 20 seconds of time loss in doing the fight instead. The real challenge of the milk quest itself is managing to avoid taking any hits while helplessly carrying our bottle of milk all the way back to Cindy. In this game's original release version, being hit a single time while holding the milk resulted in the bottle breaking and a new bottle having to be picked up all over again. Thankfully, an official game patch nerfed this quest. You can now drop the milk 3 times without penalty. However, when playing a marathon safe route, you can avoid much of that risk entirely by simply putting the milk down in every room that you enter and clearing them of enemies before strolling through without issue. I intend to attempt running straight through every room initially because all of the close calls are very intense to behold, and it's quite likely to still get through unscathed. That said, upon taking a single hit and dropping the milk once, I would likely resort to defeating all the enemies in order to safely avoid having to restart the journey. But up until that point, there is something truly clench-worthy about the player passing the throngs of enemies accosting the player in every single room as the milk is faithfully ferried to Cindy's house. This speedrun is a gauntlet of execution, adaptation, and careful planning on the spot, with some of it being particularly punishing if it goes awry, but even that can usually be worked around with safety saves. There are plenty of stretches of non-stop action, but an equal amount of periods where donations can be read, and the host may sprinkle in announcements and reminders. This run is exploding with tricks, tension, and humor, and I hope that you find that it could have a place in your event. Thank you so much for considering River City Ransom Underground for the marathon. Good luck with the event. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me at any of my included contact mediums. I will now provide a no reset example run that I performed in 2025 for the purposes of this video. Enjoy!
What is up, everybody? My name is Saria, and I'm here to show you a speedrun which is full of tension, drama, time-saving tricks, and plenty of cartoonish humor. This game is River City Ransom Underground for the PC by Kanatas Creative. This game was made during a tumultuous time for the Kunio-kun or River City IP, and I'm really glad the game was able to be made so I can show you today. I really enjoy it. It is a pretty long story mode, but there's so much going on in the speedrun, and I hope you enjoy it. I'm creating this video with the intent to submit it to speedrunning events, so I will be providing lots of moments of free space for donations or announcements to be made. And I'm going to be starting out by switching characters to Ryan, because just like in the original River City Ransom, playing as Ryan saves time in dialogue. People have less to say to Ryan than they do to Alex, and that will be important in the beginning, more so than just for regular time-saving attributes. We're gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1, go! So we're starting off the game near the end of the original River City Ransom, right at River City High School, facing Ivan, one of the endgame bosses of River City Ransom. But unlike in River City Ransom, he is a complete pushover here. He's being a bit weird right now and getting around me and making me look like a fool, but even then, he cannot really put up much of a fight. He just goes down really quickly. He is the first tutorial boss of this opening tutorial section. And I'm going to do some block dashing here, which I'm going to be doing a lot through the run. So if I alternate between blocking and sliding through my dash, hello pretty face guy, at specific times, then I will move a lot faster than I can just by regularly running. I'm going to clear out a couple of enemies here in order to spawn the next boss. That is something that we're going to be seeing a lot through this game as well. Clearing out enemies in order to spawn required bosses in order to progress through the game. This next boss is Otis, and he is a tutorial boss that requires you to use your special moves in order to deal damage. You see I'm dealing 0 damage unless I use the Dragon Feet there. You also have the special move Stone Hands, but it's way slower than Dragon Feet, so I'm trying to use Dragon Feet exclusively to go as fast as possible. Obviously, this is a speedrun, and we're trying to go as fast as possible at all times, but in this part of the game, we only need to go fast enough in order to make it to a couple of day-night required events. You see the clock on the top right corner there? That is the day-night cycle clock. And in the early parts of this speedrun, there are certain events that we have to get to in daytime, and then afterward in nighttime only, and then right after that in daytime. And then from then on, we are going to be free to go as fast as we want. But for now, we only have to go fast enough to get to the next daytime required event. Here are the Dragon Twins. They're having a bad face day and a bad hair day, and they did a bad job staying together for me. It is possible to keep them completely together there, that I tried to do by executing that dash kick to knock them down, but it's very difficult for them to stay together. One of them just loves to get away and watch as you fight his brother. Not very good teamwork, but that's fine. They did a good job costing me a bit of time. We're gonna fight Simon here, who again, even in this tutorial section, is a pushover compared to the pushover Dragon Twins. No big deal, let's do some push-ups. Not push-ups, pull-ups. I know workouts, I know exercise, I'm a speedrunner. That is the tutorial section done. And now we are heading to the next part of the game where we can choose any character that we want to basically get through what I'm calling the auto-scroller portion of the game. I like to use Provy because I think she's really cool. Basically, you can choose any character that you want, any character you prefer, and that's one of the things I love about this speedrun. And so now we just have a few cutscenes to get through. We have to get into the classroom within 5 minutes. We know exactly where it is, so that's no trouble for us. I'm going to open up the floor for some donations or announcements right now as we get ready to get into the main game loop here.
Hello, it's Present Sayray here again. This is a sudden idea. I won't be doing this through the run during the donation periods, but I just want to thank you all for being here. Hope you're all enjoying this submission stream. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we've got the plot starting here. Here is Merv, a very powerful man whose beloved was kidnapped. And we are a part of a gang called the Flock, and we are being framed for this. And so from this point on, the entire city is going to be after us. And at the beginning, there are going to be some police officers after us as well. Thankfully, this will not be true after we leave the high school, but our first objective here is to get the heck out of this high school, because now every single character basically that we see in all the rooms are going to be mobilized and trying to fight us. Even as we're just running through rooms, they have a chance to knock us down, and that will certainly be happening throughout this run. I will say, for the amount of times that I am knocked down by regular enemies through this run, the amount of times that I run into walls, and the amount of times that a certain thing happens during a very exciting mid-game quest, I will make a $5 donation each time to the charity of this marathon's choice. And so hopefully I won't run into too many walls, hopefully I won't get knocked down by too many enemies as I'm running through rooms. Right now we're going through the sewers just to try to escape here and find a hideout so that we can lay low for a moment. not for much of a moment, because this is a speed run and we have to get through as fast as possible. Here's the hideout where we meet Alex and Ryan. And this would be a cutscene, but let's just smack Alex in the face, and that skips the cutscene and allows us to leave, which allows us to head to the next part of the game, which is even more of an auto-scroller part of what I dubbed the auto-scroller part of the game. We cannot leave each of these rooms until we defeat every single enemy in the room, and then Alex and Ryan leave the right side. The right side of the wall is a wall, as you can see, until Alex and Ryan leave, and then we can enter the next part. So this is a sequence of like 5 rooms where we cannot move forward until we defeat every single enemy. And the reason I call this entire part an auto-scroller is because it doesn't really matter how fast we go for now, because we're going to have to wait to beat a certain boss in the next daytime sequence. So the first boss that we're really trying to get to fast enough right now will appear at the end of this daytime sequence, and then the next required event is in nighttime, and then the next required event after that is in daytime. So that event, if we go too fast, we're gonna have to wait until daytime comes around. So that's why I call this an auto-scroller. And so for now, we're just trying to get to the first required daytime event before it turns nighttime. And this is a pretty basic sequence. I cannot see anything that is happening right now because enemies love to stay behind the vehicles, and whatever, I'll just do my best, and this will be a good moment again for some donations and announcements. Go ahead.
Thank you for that confusing day-night explanation, Saria. Early in the stream, we had a 34-month subscription from SilverStar82 saying, "Big money, big prizes." Thank you so much, SilverStar82. I'd say the big money and big prizes were the friends we made along the way.
Thank you very much. Well, that was a very dramatic final hit by Alex there. So Alex and Ryan have a lot of their, the moves that we know them for throughout the Kunio series. Some dodgeball hits. That was a pretty awesome punching special attack. Unfortunately, Alex and Ryan are much weaker than we are in this part of the game, so we have to do most of the work ourselves. Even though they have some flashy moves, we're the main damage dealers here, so they have to rely on us to do most of their dirty work, especially because their AI makes them just kind of stare at people for a lot of this time. So we have a couple more rooms to get through. I will open up the floor for more donations if you have some.
Just so you know, I will definitely not say that any of the runners' explanations are confusing if I actually get in as a host. That was just me being self-effacing, because I tend to be, which is something I should probably work on. But thank you for putting up with that throughout all of my life so far, if you are putting up with that through all my life so far.
All right, thank you so much. Oh, thanks for knocking me down, Alex. That was great, but at least that was the last guy, so we're fine. This was the last of the rooms of this sequence that we had to defeat all the enemies in, and now we face a boss, Purplebee, the first boss of this main game loop. And this is a bit of an annoying fight to do when Alex and Ryan are constantly trying to jump on your head the entire time. I don't know why. They just feel the need to just jump and interrupt you this entire time. Purplebee also likes to jump, which ruins your combos. The main damage you're going to be dealing during this part of the game is when you're on the ground. And so everybody's trying to get Purplebee off the ground, which is very, very annoying. But we got through it. Everything's fine. We did everything fast enough so you can see the clock in the top right corner. It's the hour hand is about to switch to the top, which means we have, there it is, an hour of in-game time left in the daytime. That should give us plenty of time to spawn the daytime required boss that we're about to go to next. Thankfully, it's right next to us. So this part of the game can be tight in getting to the daytime required boss in time. We're going to switch to Ryan here, the modern version of Ryan. Thanks for hitting me there. Which we're going to be using for the entire rest of the game. He is the fastest to use for speedrunning because of his main move that I'm going to be using through the entire rest of the game, his dash kick, which is the bird kick. And now we've activated the game's wanted system because I hit the tokens machine and collected the coins that were inside, which is against the law. And so I'm showing off the game's wanted mechanic here. Whenever I'm outdoors, that means that special enemies, the police officers, will be chasing me the entire time. I'll talk more about that once I'm done facing this boss, Calvin. This is a pretty cool boss. So he is inside a super mech, and you have to get him out of this in order to actually deal damage to him, just like this. And I missed picking him up there. Excellent. We're going to be taking him away from the exit, which is going to cost some time in having to make us traverse the entire rest of the room, because I'm going to wait for his coins, because money is important in this run. Let's give him a fist bump. You did a great job there, buddy. Okay, never mind. But that was also a very short example of the infinite combo I'm going to be trying to do throughout this run. We're going to be seeing it a lot more clearly whenever the enemies have more health, and I'll talk about that more later as well. But for now, you see there are cops chasing us because the wanted system is active. And this is a huge problem because we have to, in order to spawn required bosses to progress the game, clear out all the rooms of their enemies first, of their regular enemies. And the cops never ever stop spawning, which means the boss will never spawn as long as the wanted mechanic is active. This is terrible for speedrunning, but thankfully if we enter a hideout, like this one, boom, there goes the wanted mechanic, we're fine. Everything is cool now. So we got some extra money from that tokens machine, and we barely lost any time in getting the wanted mechanic off our backs. So that's great, which is perfectly timed because the next rooms that we have to clear of required enemies is starting right here. We are in this factory area where we're going to be eventually facing Pink Bee on the other side of the factory. But before Pink Bee will appear, we have to clear out every single one of these rooms of all the luchador. And you can clear the rooms of either just beating all of them and collecting their coins, or by letting them run away, like that, or by knocking them into bottomless pits, like so. There he goes. Okay, so all the enemies have been cleared. Some of them were defeated, and some of them ran out of their own accord, and some of them fell out of the stage. And that counts, all of it, as clearing out the enemies. I would like to be able to collect some money as much as I can here in this part of the game, because we're going to be buying a lot of items that will strengthen us, which will speed up the game as we deal more damage and then not have to deal as many hits. But we will take what we can get. If enemies run away, it's fine. If we miss out on a couple of items to buy, it shouldn't be a gigantic deal. You should be able to at least finish this game within a reasonable amount of time, even if you don't have as much power as you'd like. This is the room where we will face Pink Bee. If we've cleared out all the rooms successfully, then he will appear right now. There he is. And so I'm going to just knock him across the room a little bit, and then set up the infinite combo back to the left side, because we're going to be leaving on the left. Boom. So, the infinite combo is something... This game has an infinite combo prevention system. If the game notices that you're trying to hit enemies too many times in the air with the same moves, then they will automatically parry you and then get away. But naturally, this game has an infinite combo workaround, where if you do a combo in the sequence of first move, second move, third move, second move, first move, then you can just get around the infinite... Oh, sorry, it's actually first move, second move, third move, second move, first move, rinse and repeat. I'm sorry. Then you can get around the infinite combo prevention system and do infinite combos to your heart's content. We are now at a luck-based part of the run, of a very luck-based run. Okay, there's a knockdown. There's $5. So this is the subway. We are trying to fast travel across the world to get to where we need to go next, and there will be 3 instances of using the subway in this run. Wow! I could have reacted to that, I guess, but I was paying attention to the coins instead, which I guess that is a lesson to all of you. If you focus too much on money, then you could get knocked down in your life. But whenever you enter the subway in order to fast travel, there is a required 30-second sequence that you have to do in order to just survive fighting enemies, and then it will drop you off at your destination. And we have to do a cutscene here. And we can skip this one as well by hitting Ryan. Specifically Ryan. If you hit Alex, it does not work. I don't know why. But if you hit Ryan, then it causes Roxy to have a heart appear above her head, and that means that the cutscene has been detected by the game as complete. And we will take it. This does not work for a lot of the rest of the game, but for some reason in this part of the game it works. So we'll save some time there. We are now in a portion of the game where we have to chase after some of Slick's former henchmen. And a lot of Kunio fans have a problem with this part because Rocco and Tex and Ivan are kind of trivialized by this part, because all you have to do is chase them, hit them once, and then they are done for. And especially Ivan fans, it's like, man, Ivan is one of the primary Kunio characters. Why have you done him like this? But I'm happy to see them in any case. So there's Rocco taken care of. We have to wait for him to give us some information, and then it will be and then the game will detect that this part of the game has been complete. Let's try and fist bump a bird. The bird is not interested. We are not cool enough for the bird. What else is new? So Rocco was telling us that the next person that we have to find is Tex. He doesn't tell us where Tex is, so we just have to go ahead and find him ourselves. Thankfully, I know everywhere where I have to go in this game, and so that means that I can make it work out perfectly on the day-night timer to get to Ivan before it turns daytime. Guess what? Ivan only appears in nighttime. The game does not tell you this, so we have to chase down Rocco and then Tex, and then hightail it back to River City High School before it turns daytime, or else Ivan will not appear. Even though we've done everything that their game requires us to do. Hello, meteorite that will not allow us to get to the next part of the game yet. Let's go this way instead. Even though we've done everything the game required us to do, if it's not nighttime, we can't see Ivan. This is actually the toughest of the chases because these pipes are impossible to enter. Let's see if I can get this. Thank heavens. Okay, this is still really tight. Platforming. Boom. Okay, we got him. That very, very easily could go wrong. If he basically makes it across that first jump, you cannot get him and you have to redo it from the beginning. Which thankfully doesn't take too much time. We can still get to Ivan in nighttime if I miss this once or twice, but it's much better to get it first try so that I don't look like an idiot. So now we have to go across several rooms to get to, several long rooms at that, to get back to the new River City High School location. We can't go back through the sewers to get there like the shortcut that we took to get out of River City High. We have to go the long way. And so it's time for lots of block dashing, and I'll open up the floor for some donations and announcements. Alright, thank you so much. So, Ivan is residing on the roof of River City High at nighttime, being all dramatic and stuff, looking all cool and stuff. And, he is a lot easier to chase down than Tex. But we have to wait for him to leave that into that vent, or else it doesn't count, and we have to go back up to the roof in order to actually chase him. See, there he's done. These used to be a lot tougher in the original version of the game, but they were all nerfed. Everybody moves slower now, which is nice. Let's give him a little noogie before we go on our way. And I ran into a wall. There's a donation for you. Whoops. Hopefully I don't do that too many more times because I don't have a ton of money. Anyway, so I have some time available to me, actually. The day-night clock actually has some leeway. The next thing I have to do is in daytime, and as I said earlier, this is the part where the auto-scroller comes into play, because I went so fast up to this point that I now have to wait until daytime. That gives me time to collect some money. So that's exactly what I'm going to do here. This is a terrible place to fight, actually, because of all the stairs. It's a lot of obstacles. That guy, oh my goodness. So this is going really badly. I'm not, that nerd was like one hit away, and I'm just gonna bail on him because it's getting close to the time that I need to enter this place where I need to clear out all the enemies to spawn Otis, who was our next boss, the guy who only shows up in daytime. And this place will be a good example to show you of something that can happen with enemy spawns that will cost us some time throughout the run. There you go, right there. So you saw those two guys, those new guys that showed up as I was fighting. I call those reinforcements. And that guy's running away, which is fine. Reinforcements can show up basically in the middle of every single regular enemy fight throughout the rest of the game. And if it happens right at the end of when I'm doing the fight that I'm already doing, then it's going to cost me a lot of time because then I have to spend a lot more time fighting the people that just showed up so I can clear them out so I can spawn the next event. And now we've got Otis, because we waited where he was about to spawn, and then the moment it turned daytime, there he was. And there's the infinite combo. Kick, bird kick, punch, bird kick, kick, rinse and repeat. That is a way to get around the infinite combo prevention system. Bird kicks are amazing. It is a way that you can juggle people endlessly in the air, and it's also just a good way to fight people who are standing up on the ground if you can't really get them airborne. The bird kick is amazing, highly recommended, and it's quite fun, and it doesn't involve a lot of very intensive button combinations and everything. It's just a lot of quick reactions and good execution. And we're heading into the basement. This is a unique part of the game, and this is a very, very, very difficult room to get into because we have to bash a door open with a crowbar, and there are going to be enemies after us the entire time. Just kidding, they all ran away. I'll take it. We played baseball with that guy's magic powers for a moment. That was fun. And now we have to clear this room of the warlocks in order to spawn the next boss, Ether, who is a fanboy of Slick, as it turns out. He's going to tell us where to find Slick, because Slick is always the main antagonist of Kunio games, right? Right? We're surely getting toward the end of this game, right? Anyway, let's fight Ether. This is a bit of an awkward room to fight. I'm going to try and get him to the left side of the room, but the stairs are going to kind of get in the way. Let's see if we can get the infinite combo working until we get to the stairs at least. Yeah, that's a bit weird, but he should be almost dead anyway. Okay, that's not too bad. If he had died on the stairs, then his money probably would have fallen off the staircase anyway, which would have forced us to jump off the stairs. Nobody wants to fist bump us! How diabolical. Truly evil that we are facing here. Nobody even wanting to indulge our fist bumps. That is what we're facing here. So, we have some more running to do. We are off to the next subway portion of this game, and because we are no longer beholden to the day-night cycle, with Otis being the last day-night required event that we had to juggle in this run, all of our time losses are completely real now. We are not having to wait for anything. The entire rest of the game, if things go wrong, it is real time loss. So we're just going to try and hightail it as fast as possible to the next place we have to go, and it's going to be all high octane, all from here on out. And the subway, as I started to mention earlier, but there's so much to talk about in this game, the subway is sometimes there immediately just waiting for you, but sometimes you have to wait for it a long time. So imagine a bus, or a train. We got a pretty good cycle with that train, so it showed up very quickly, and we didn't have to wait for the next one to show up very long. It is possible for the subway train to just be waiting there with its doors open the moment you get there. That is the fastest possible subway train, and it loses you the least amount of time, which is none at all. And it is also possible for the subway to be waiting with its doors open, and then right as you go toward it, the doors close, and then you have to wait the maximum amount of time for the next subway train, which is like 20 to 30 seconds. And we are now in the part of the game where all of that time loss matters. And so that is a very, very, very luck-based way to lose a lot of time in this run. Thankfully, we didn't lose very much time with that subway, and so now we're at the old River City High location. We have to go from River City High to River City High, and we've done it! And this is where Slick apparently resides, and so now we have to clear out a sequence of rooms here. This first room is very basic. Wow, that was immensely well done by that guy. So a lot of enemies in this game have basically instantaneous knockdown moves. These guys are no exception. They can just dive at you, and it's even more annoying with these guys because whenever they dive at you and knock you down, they end up on the floor as well, which means you can't really deal damage to them because the main way we deal damage to enemies in this game is when they're on their feet or in the air. So whenever they flop onto their face like that, it's immensely annoying. We're gonna hope they don't do that very often throughout the rest of the run, but so many enemies in this game have instant knockdown attacks. They are so good at getting around you and cutting off your options, and you basically just have to go full guns blazing the entire time and hope they... What is going on? See, like, I tried to be cute and be very mobile there, but they read you. They're so good at reading the player's options and inputs and then acting accordingly and just ruining you. And so I'm just gonna use that pit to say, you're all silly, get out of here. And we've got plenty of Abobos, the enemies from Double Dragon fame in this game. He's even the school principal of River City High, which is beautiful. It's the perfect job for him. It's the perfect place where he's gonna get his messages across. But there are so many of them in this original River City High location that we have to take out, and it's very nice to have these pits just sitting here so that we can clear out enemies that way. And this makes this a silly and fun part of the game. I really love this part. As long as the enemies actually remain in a place where I can hit them with my dash punch, which is an instant knockdown. But it has an interesting hitbox where Ryan just sort of jerks forward, so you have to be ready for that. And we also have to free teachers this entire way. That also is part of the way you clear these rooms. And this next to Bobo, let's see how good he is at avoiding me. Okay, I managed to cut off his options there. He can do basically anything whenever you're going over to get him there. That's the last teacher to free, and now the last of Bobo is here. Boom. And get out of here. And now all that's left is Slick. I'm gonna stay on the left side of Slick at all costs because he has a move that will immediately make him fall into that pit on the right where you have to chase him and lose a lot of time. It's much faster to just fight him on this small little area here. There's a bit of an infinite combo. Unfortunately, I don't have much room to do it, but this is fine. That's a great Slick fight. Okay, so I didn't even give him a chance to do his move there, which makes him fly across the screen. But I also skipped a ton of dialogue there. You saw I ate 2 items there. I ate 2 cans of drink. Yes, this is a Kunio game, which means you eat absolutely everything. But I consumed 2 items in a row, which in the case of that cutscene, skips a ton of dialogue. Throughout most of the rest of this game, if you try to consume items while a cutscene is happening, then you have to wait even longer because then you have to wait through the item stat text, and then the cutscene will continue. Let's see what this subway does here. Okay, it's not here. But in the case of that cutscene, for whatever reason, you don't get the item dialogue at all, and it skips Slick's dialogue. So it just saves a ton of time, and it's amazing for speedrunning. And so now we got another subway fight here. This is the final subway instance of the game. And as you see, I'm not only facing the enemies to collect their money here, I'm also, unfortunately, slapping around some pedestrians because they have a chance of dropping money as well, which feels really bad. We are basically mugging people, but I need the money, and thank you so much. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay. We have a ways to go until we get to the next part of the game. The meteorite that was blocking that wall in the park that we saw earlier is now gone, so we have access to an entirely new part of the game. On the way, I'm going to stop at a shop and pick up some octopus rolls, and I'm going to eventually consume one of them. So that will increase my current attack stat. So in this game, you have 2 types of stats. You have your current stat value and your maximum stat value. Your maximum stat value is basically the box that your stats that actually do things, your current stats, reside in. And the bigger your maximum stat value is, the bigger the box is, so that you can actually grow the stats that actually affect your character. So the level ups are what increase your maximum stat value. So I'm not just going to buy items that increase my power and consume them right away, because my maximum stat value will not be high enough for them to actually increase my power. So I should be able to consume this first octopus roll and it will increase my attack power now, but I'm going to wait for more level ups before I consume any more items that increase my attack power. And now we have to stop to face enemies in this room and clear them out so that we can face Pink Bee and Purple Bee at the same time in this room. This is a pretty fun fight. We got a late reinforcement there. That's a good example of it costing me time, because I was almost done with fighting the enemies that were already in the room. That guy cost me a little bit of time with a late reinforcement. Hopefully that doesn't happen a bunch throughout the run. I'm just going to go ahead and fight Pink Bee and Purple Bee here, and then go through some more rooms to run through until we get to the next part of the game. I will open up the floor for some donations here. All right, thank you so much. Here we are in Hazelwood and Rollingwood. This is, this ornately decorated house is Cindy's house. You remember Cindy from River City Ransom, right? Ryan's girlfriend who was kidnapped, who most players probably didn't even realize they could rescue in the top floor of the high school at the end of the game. Here she is, with some guy named William. And she hardly even remembers who Ryan is, and Alex is very happy to see her. I'm sure none of that matters much. Anyway, what really matters here is that we are at the mid-game, which has one of the most infamous quests, if not the most infamous quest, in this entire game. Cindy is going to ask us to get some milk for her because she's allowing us to crash in her house and hide out. The milk quest is ridiculous. And in the original version of the game, it was even more ridiculous. So, you know that entire forest that we just ran through to get here? We have to go all the way back through it. That's not why this quest is ridiculous. We then have to pick up milk from the shopping area that we just bought some octopus rolls from, and then bring it all the way back through the forest back here. That alone is not why this quest is ridiculous. The reason why this quest is ridiculous is because when you get the milk, it's not in your inventory. You have to physically pick it up as an item and carry it through every single room. And you notice in the forest how you can't even move up and down to get around enemies? If you drop the milk, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult to pick it back up and resume the quest. And enemies are just going to be going and doing things like that every single room. Mostly unreactably, where you're going to be even slower than usual when carrying the milk. This is one of the most climactic parts of the run, everybody. This is where so much of everything comes down to. This is one of the first major parts of the run where it is just a massive gauntlet of luck and some execution. It all starts out with a little cutscene skip as well, and we are almost at the place where we pick up the milk. I hope you're all ready. Let's see. If I drop the milk, I will donate for every single time I drop it. In this version of the game, we can drop it up to 3 times. Let's see if I pick up the milk correctly. Very good. Now, I've got to mash at a specific rhythm here, because once I mash the dash button, it lets me move a bit faster than regular dashing, and good. Okay, so I think I left the room before that cutscene was done. This will skip an entire fight later on, if we get there, because let's go, everybody. The milk quest is on. Let's see if I end up dropping the milk. Okay, this room is usually oh, geez. All right, here we go. Now the places where we can't move up or down. We are completely at the mercy of the enemies. And when I land on the ground, it just makes me a sitting duck for a moment. Here he comes! Look at him go! Okay, he just decided not to. Okay, this room is better because I can jump on these at least. Still one more big, scary room. They're just posing right now. Hi, dear. Bye, dear. Okay. They were nice. Okay, and now for the most intense platforming of the game. This is very precise. Got it. Okay, let's do a bit more of that mashing to get through a little bit faster. And now 2 more rooms where enemies can knock me down, but I can at least move up and down now. Ah! Those new enemies there, the rich kids, they have a very, very, very good ability to knock you down. And that's going to be surely happening throughout the run. Thank you for that, bird. And are we going to do it? We did it! That rich kid tried to follow us into the house, but we slammed the door in his face. The milk quest has been completed with 0 drops. Whew, baby! We did it. Let's go. But that isn't, like, the most climactic part of the run. Oh, no. That is basically the marking point of this run where things start getting really, really intense. It's basically just going to ramp up through here because from this point on in Act 2, the game is going to get harder and harder and harder and harder. And especially as we get toward the end of the game, bosses are going to have a chance to one-shot us on frame 1, and there's nothing we can do. So that was just the milk quest just opens the door into the tension of this speedrun. And now we've got Alexis here, by the way. She is insinuated to be Alex's daughter with Cindy. Anyway, on to the next part of the game. In case you thought the Milk Quest was not luck-based enough, now we have this part of the game, the Mercenaries segment, where we have some mercenaries we have to fight that are named after Kickstarter backers. I'm going to eat that octopus roll, and so my attack power is now higher, because I certainly waited for enough level ups. And now we have the first of our mercenary fights here. We have to follow helicopter shadows into these rooms, and then once they enter a certain part, then the mercenaries will drop down and we can do that. That was perfect. And so we got, in our inventory, you see there we have dog tags now. But wait, why is this still happening? Well, we don't have to defeat one mercenary. We don't have to defeat 2 mercenaries. We need to get 6 dog tags. So we have to do this 6 times. There's the second one. This is going incredibly well so far. This is immensely luck-based. So it is random in this sequence of, I think, 4 rooms in this part of Hazel Avenue and Rollingwood for this shadow helicopter to appear. Once it appears, you have to chase it through the rooms. You can stand at the entrances of these rooms, just entering rooms over and over and over and over and over again, endlessly, and the helicopters just never appear. We're getting amazing luck so far. Immediately as I say that, I get one of those attacks from the rich kids. And now this is going to be a bit more difficult. It is much better to start these mercenary fights by hitting them out of the air, and so you start the infinite combo, because now the mercenaries are some of the first enemies in this game that can block constantly. And they can make it so you can just never hit them. And that's terrible whenever you have a lot of enemies surrounding you. Whenever this target that you're trying to hit never lets you hit them, and you're dealing no damage to anybody, then you're a sitting duck. So all of our regular fights are about to get very intense from here on out. But this is going so fast. This is already our 4th mercenary. Oh my goodness, that's so many people. They smacked the crap out of a pedestrian, which gave me money. I guess I'll take it, but I feel terrible anyway. Okay, thankfully he taunted, which let me deal some damage. This is not going as well, but thankfully we got through it. We're not taking a ton of damage in this run so far. It is very possible. There's a level up, so I'm going to probably eat this octopus roll soon. I have to anyway. In this part of the game, if you have any items in your inventory when you're trying to collect the all 6 dog tags, if your inventory is full, you will never get through this part of the game. The only way to trigger the next required event is for your inventory to hold all 6 dog tags. So you have to clear your inventory here in order to get through the game. This game has a lot of very special requirements in order to barely be able to progress through the game, and a lot of it is not explicit. A lot of what you have to do in the game, they don't tell you exactly where to go or what to do, which is very Kunio. That's very River City. Honestly, that is on brand. And so I can't really fault it as a Kunio game. This is very, very much a Kunio game. And this game got so much flack because of its being one of the original high-profile Kickstarter games, and just it went through so much development hell, especially with all the IP nonsense. Just misfortune after misfortune after misfortune after misfortune after disaster after disaster after disaster befalling the studio the entire time, and they still somehow barely managed to get this game out and at least release it on Steam. My hats are off to them. And thankfully, some of them were able to go off onto Way Forward and work on more Kunio games through River City Girls. I believe that is every single dog tag collected, by the way. That might be the fastest I've ever done this segment. Unbelievable. I got incredible luck through the mercenary segment there. That was probably better than world record. So one unique thing about doing marathon runs of this game is that up until Otis, most of the time you're going to be tied with world record. So because of basically the auto-scroller aspect of the day-night cycle. So in all marathon runs, oh, nice late reinforcements. That should have spawned the boss, but because those guys spawned last minute, that cost me a lot of time. That makes up for the very good mercenary luck. Thanks for nothing, game. But basically, in marathon runs of this game, you're going to be starting off on world record pace through the first 20 minutes every single time, which is pretty cool. But it's very, 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 very difficult to keep up with world record from that point on. But that was a really good mercenary segment. And the final mercenary, the boss mercenary, Derek, has been defeated, which will now open up the next part of the game. We have to go to a nightclub next to face another Kickstarter backer named Adam. That's a lot of money. We're going to be needing plenty of that throughout the rest of the run still. As we head to the nightclub, I will open up the floor for some donations and announcements. Alright, here we are at the nightclub roof, which is one of my favorite parts of the entire run. Let me show you why. Ah, this is a nice little view of the city. You're ruining my view! Get out of here! You too! And get off my head! And let's just go ahead and do this, and then over here. Anyway, let's fight the boss. Adam, we have some space to do the infinite combo here. It can be a little bit awkward because now the enemies are starting to have a lot more health, so we need space to actually be able to make the infinite combo infinite. I accidentally failed the infinite combo prevention sequence, and so that's the parry that they do whenever you fail the infinite combo prevention, or whenever you fail the workaround. But Adam is down, and now we have some rich kids here that came in via reinforcements. If you do the fight correctly, Adam will be defeated before they even touch the ground. But we failed the infinite combo there. I'm going to collect some extra money and get knocked down by that attack that I really, really despise. That rolling punch. Okay, we only have $44 here. That is not very much. Okay, so that's a bit of a problem. We can only buy one of the items that I really want to get next on the way to the next part of the game, which is one of the most, again, climactic parts of the entire game. It is the Act 2 finale, and that's another donation, I guess. That table is a lot bigger than it looks. But yeah, we are headed to Merv Tower now after we buy a very indulgent RCRU. We have to buy River City Ransom Underground because it's one of the best items in the entire game. We're going to hold on to it because I don't trust that my level ups are high enough to increase my maximum attack stat to the point that it will be having much effect on my strength. So let's try and get at least one more level up before I consume it. But we have a ways to go until we get to Merv Tower, so I'll open up the floor for more donations.
Who put that pole there?
Alright, thank you so much. And here we are at Merv Tower. This first room can be really difficult to fight in. This is one of the first... This is one of the first fights that really shows you that the game is not pulling its punches anymore. So we have a lot of the stronger enemies showing up all at the same time. They are not just fighting you one at a time anymore, like the enemies in Act 1 were. They are now surrounding you and trying to fight you at the same time, and they all have some of the bigger attacks, they all have some more power, and they're all smarter. So this is where things really start to increase in difficulty and become more dangerous and start to make it way less likely for things to go quickly. That, however, went really quickly. Why can I not collect this coin, though? That was weird. That went super, super well. And now we have a lift sequence, because that has to be in every single beat 'em up. But first, a very important part of this, we gotta get this fist bump. Oh man, he ran away. The run is dead. I'm just kidding. He does that no matter what. But we have to face 4 waves of enemies in this lift sequence, and as you can see, this is an open-ended stage. We have pits on either side, so whenever I want, I can just toss enemies off, which is what I do to try to complete this part as quickly as possible. I just try to get perfect sequences of knocking enemies down with my dash punch and then just throw them off immediately. But for the purposes of this marathon run, I'm going to try to get some extra experience through that level up, very nice, and some extra money, so that I can buy as many safety items for increasing my health in a pinch as possible. But for the next enemies, the police officers, I am going to just knock all of them off the sides. How did I move there? Magic trick. But this is very basic, just using my dash punch to knock them down and then throw them off the edges. Very fun, very satisfying. And that's going to be the fight after this as well, so I'll open up the floor for more donations. Awesome, thank you so much. So, there's actually a lot of depth to this game in basically all of its mechanics, and one of them there, you saw that enemies, I can throw them normally before, if I pick them up and throw them quickly, it's just a normal throw. But whenever they get up, whenever I'm carrying them, then I will throw them way up into the air and they'll do a bunch of flips, and they'll bounce off of stuff. And so I had to try to wait for them to get up and then throw them from the middle of the screen to make sure they don't bounce off that thing on the top of the pulleys on the lifts. And now we've got a final wave here for the lift sequence. The mercenaries, they have a lot of money, so I'm gonna throw the first two guys off and then collect the money and experience of the next two. Very nice. Pretty good lift sequence there for my safe strategies. This has been a pretty clean and solid run so far, all things considered, aside from me running into a bunch of walls all over the place and getting knocked down a few times. But in this game, you're going to get knocked down. It's just going to happen, even when you're just trying to run through rooms. There are so many unreactable situations in this game. The AI can read you perfectly. It can just catch you off guard at any moment. But here we are entering Merv Tower, the main part of this very climactic part of the game. We just have some hallways to run through, and then we get to the main meat of this meat and potatoes, of the potatoes of this meat. Here we go. We got open windowed rooms here. The room is closed off. We have to beat all the enemies here, but also watch out. That is how serious Merv is about just annihilating us. And so we can use this area, this office space area, to block against the bullets. And there's a way to skip something in all of these rooms. So normally you have to wait for more enemies to come in, and one of them has a card key. You defeat them and collect the card key, but you can also just, whenever they enter, you can go through the door that they just opened. Beautiful. So satisfying. And we're gonna do that in this next room as well. You can do that in all of these. Oh my! Okay, so I was a little greedy there. So that's a good example of why you have to be super freaking careful in Merv Tower. I was a little greedy with going after the cops at the same time, and that's what happened. So that's an example of the enemies perfectly sandwiching you, and then if it happens at a bad time, you lose all of your HP at once. That is what can happen throughout the entire rest of the game. I can get one shot at any part of the rest of the game, basically. But we thankfully had access to tutorial refill there. This game gives you a tutorial refill of your stamina and also a bit of tutorial willpower, which is secondary health. Hopefully everybody falls into the pit here. Ah, okay. We got saved by our tutorial stamina there, or else we would have died there, and we would have had to redo this entire part of the game from even before. We would have had to run all the way back from Cindy's house, then fight everybody to get onto the lift, then do the lift sequence, and then get back through here. That would have cost us about 6 or 7 minutes. But here we are at the end of Merv Tower. It's not over yet, though. Because after Merv Tower is complete, we have two of the most important tricks of the entire run. The first of which was discovered before I picked up this game. It is a boss quick kill, which doesn't cost you a ton if you miss it unless the boss kills you, but is just... In River City Ransom, we have a joke where there's a certain boss fight that if you don't nail a frame perfect input for, the run is invalid. That's basically how I feel about this boss quick kill. If I don't get it, then the run feels invalid. So I really want to get this quick kill, at least just for moral purposes. After that, there's a very important death warp, where if I do it early and fail it early, then it will not count as me having completed this part of the game, and I will have to redo the entirety of Merv Tower, like I said. From running from Cindy's house, doing the lift, doing all this over again, doing this cutscene again, and losing even more time than about 6 or 7 minutes. There's the boss, Wes. He's not satisfied with the fact that we have, in fact, saved Merv's beloved, his beautiful doggo. Also, our gang leader, Chris, is back. She's here now. But here we go. This is the quick kill. This is where so much of Merv Tower comes down to. The quick kill into the death warp. Let's do this. Okay, the game let it happen. Okay, we got it, kind of. Now I have to fall off of this, decrease all of my health. There's the tutorial willpower. Wait for a specific moment, then die there. I'm dead now. Oh no! But the game switches over into the next cutscene. You see that on the top left corner, it still has the dead symbol, but it is not automatically warping me to my last hideout. What's going on here? Yay, I'm alive! I'm a zombie! Let's get some money. That's very good money spawning. I can collect all of it here. And, oh, so I can't leave. It acts as a wall because I'm dead. So I'm gonna run into that wall. Okay, and we have to get back to Cindy's house. Oh! Yeah, that works. So we just saved about 2 minutes of running. That death warp is one of the last things that I discovered of the current world record strategies. I have labbed out this game so much, especially when I was running it, the main period of grinding in the summer of 2023. I turned this game upside down, inside out, just trying to look for every single possible thing, and I found a lot. But I've run out of things to find, it looks like. By the way, nothing special's happening in this cutscene, don't worry about it. And it's really nice to be able to show all this stuff off in a marathon run. Hopefully you're all enjoying so far. We are now in the third and final act of the game. This cutscene marks the third and final act. And things are about to get very, very, very intense. There's going to be a lot of running in the first part of this act. But you see, the enemies are going to look a little bit different here. Except for that one homeboy. There is a chance for some enemies to be normal, but most enemies are now these zombie robot things. They're all much stronger, much more aggressive, much more likely to block, much more likely to surround you, and worst of all, there is a new special enemy type that we haven't seen yet that is by far the worst and most obstructive and varied enemy in the game, those secret agents. We hope to not have to fight them as much as possible throughout the rest of the game, because they are nightmares. They block constantly, they have ranged projectiles that knock you down, and a lot of the time there's nothing you can really do about it. They interrupt you as you're fighting other people, they interrupt you as you're fighting them. They're unpredictable, they're powerful, it is just really, really bad. You can die. Oh my goodness, get out of here. Who put that there? This entire rest of the game is tough, especially because we have not increased any stat except our attacking power. And this is happening now. Don't worry about this. This is something that you can chase this guy all the way to River City High School now, but you can do that until you're blue in the face over and over and over again. It does not matter until you've done a couple of required events that we are running to right now. We have another required cutscene at Roxy, at the auto shop, and then once that cutscene is done, it spawns a required boss at Chonwook Park. Nice moonwalk there. Only once we've defeated the boss at Chonwook Park can we then chase that that guy from the bridge all the way to River City High, and then it will actually mean something. But We've got to do this cutscene to activate the boss in Chonwook Park, and then we got to go fight him. For now, let's do some donations. Thank you so much, and that's really, really funny. So, we are in the end game here. We are an hour into the run, and we just activated the tutorial for blocking, because that was the first time in the entire game that we just blocked an attack. An enemy tried to hit us as we were running through the room. That's glorious. Now we're here at Chonwook Park. We have to clear out enemies here to spawn the next boss. And I can tell by listening that there are enemies stuck behind the building. So that's a bit annoying. We also got a reinforcement there. As long as nobody are agents, we're still not going to lose that much time. As long as they get to us eventually. There we go. That guy got unstuck. And we didn't have to fight any agents here. Very nice. So the one downside to not fighting agents here is that only agents give you money. And it'd be nice to be able to buy as many octopus rolls as possible once I go to my last visit to a shop. Regular enemies do have a chance to give you money, but it's a very low chance. We're only dealing 10 damage here, which is less than usual, but it should still be fine for our purposes. We are fighting me from Dad and Me, so we've got to beat me up. And there we go. He cooperated just fine. There's a level up. So now that I have a couple of extra level ups, I'm going to consume that RCRU and give myself some extra willpower. I'm going to do that. That was impressive. I'm pretty sure that was an aerial attack. I didn't even know that when he moved down off of that little ledge that it counted as him being in the air, but he basically did it the frame one that he was in the air. That was an unbelievable knockdown. By the way, we had to re-enter that shop because in Act 3 there's a chance that enemies spawn in the shop which prevent you from talking to the shopkeeper. So that's a quick way to just get rid of that. Got a couple of octopus rolls for safety and to be able to increase our attack power. But I'm probably going to hold on to them as much as I can because I want to be able to have safety HP for the end game because things from here on are only getting more and more and more and more dangerous. From this point on, basically every single boss can one-shot me unreactably. So in that case, having healing items doesn't really matter because if you get one shot, you don't have a chance to heal. But it still feels better to have healing items, and just in case I do have a chance to get away from some damage and I am low on health, it's just better for a marathon. Makes more sense. So we should be somewhat safe. I'll feel a lot better once I actually get into the high school, because there will be a way for me to do a quick little saving point so I don't have to do this entire run from Roxy all the way back to the high school again. If I die to the next boss, then that will exactly be what I have to do. So let's just get through this part. No agents? Dang it. Okay, so I'm going to show you my first agent fight here. Let's try and get through these enemies without issue. They're being very, very unpredictable. That's an ominous start. Okay, he got in the air. Excellent. Okay, so the agent... Wow. I was surrounded by a wall of people wanting to grab me like there's no tomorrow. They just want to give me a hug. Oh, I got late reinforcements and one of them is an agent. So unlucky. There's a great example of terrible reinforcement. Where is he going? I can't go to the left of him because I would leave the room and have to redo the entire thing. He knows exactly what I don't want, and so he's hugging the left side, refusing to give me any proper space. The AI in this game is so smart and so bad for speedrunning most of the time. Alright, we've got a terrifying slick fight here. Okay, that's the move that he could have done when he was on the roof that would have immediately put him inside the pit. That was why I was staying on the left side of him. And now he's doing nothing but that. Okay, that's preferable to him summoning a giant, like earthbending, summoning two walls and then insta-killing me. I will take that. For some reason, I'm only dealing 11 damage here, even though I waited for several level ups. The RCRU, I thought, usually increases your damage output by 2. But not this time, so we're not dealing much damage for the end game here. All of the fights are going to take a bit longer, but I still want to hold on to my Everybody wants to give me a hug! The enemies are just so excited for this speedrun. Wow. You know what? I accept this energy. I hope that it's contagious. Now we gotta go to the Hull B floor to face our next people. I'm going to immediately head into a hideout here. The classroom from the beginning of the game. This is now the place that I will respawn if I die. So, if I get killed by the gang fight here, not the gang fight, the regular enemy fight, or the boss fight, which is more likely, which has happened to me before during marathon runs, then I will spawn right here and just be able to come right back out and start again. The enemies are so aggressive right now. What can I do other than compliment them and have my health go low? That feel when you have your health go low, because enemies are like, get out of here. That guy's one hit away. Yes, he is. There's a level up. That increases your health automatically, which is very nice. Now, the fight against Proto. So I can technically knock him onto the ground and pick him up and throw him, but I think it's a frame-perfect window, and sometimes it still doesn't work. So it's possible to do the infinite aerial combo here, but I'm just going to play it normally here and just try and bird kick him across the room. It's, oh my goodness, yeah, nice little slap there. So he has moves from all kinds of different characters in this game. We've got a very like science-y and experimenty flavor to this end boss, end game area, and Proto is an example of that. And we're going to be seeing a lot of that as we enter the final area, Club Bloom, and we can skip a cutscene here. Hi, Chris. Bye, Chris. And now we're in the final area. This is the point of no return. This is also the point of no saving. So if we make it all the way to the end of the game and then die, you guessed it, we have to do this entire thing again. River City Ransom Underground has a lot of that. Let's do these waves of enemies here. That starts with a carefully timed stone hands, and then juggle. I missed the juggle, but that's okay, I can pick him up. And that agent is taken care of. I'm just going to be super safe there because you'll notice, especially in the last wave that we have to do here, agents can flash red when they're low on health. If they flash red for too long before you take them out, then they will split into 2 agents. And now, hello Celine, bye Celine. Thank you Celine for blessing my run. And if you have more agents to deal with, that stinks, because agents stink. Period. Speaking of 2 agents, hello 2 agents, but we can use the stone hands to get them in the air. I somehow didn't deal enough damage to that guy, so let's not panic. There he goes. Okay, they're usually only a hit or 2 away whenever they're flashing red, but it can still be a huge problem. Oh, you don't want to fist pump me? You don't want to fist bump me when you're melting? So rude. Alright, the last wave that we have to do here, there are going to be 4 agents that appear out of this door. All of them will be in flashing mode. So we could potentially have 8 agents on our hands really fast if we don't do this right. Here we go. Alright, just make sure that we got them all. Very nice. There we go. Alright, we got a lot of money here that we can't really do anything with because this is the end point that we can't escape from unless we die. So, we have finished the second lift segment because you gotta have even more lifts if your beat 'em up is long enough. And we head into the main body of the final base. Are we all ready? Let's do this! The final gauntlet. Starting off with a very, very difficult bit of platforming. If I run into the wall here, I'll have to donate even more money. This is really tough. I hate my life. Okay, let's keep going. And now we've got some gauntlet rooms with 4 agents and gimmicks. In this room, we have 2 turrets that are going to be shooting at everybody the entire time. And the agents are going to be shooting whenever they're out of range. So we're going to have projectiles all over the place, and 4 agents trying to fight us at the same time. Ow. And you see they're very powerful, they're unpredictable, and they are very good at getting away from you. There's one of their projectiles coming at a really bad time. They love to wait until you are in a very good situation with another enemy, and then they interrupt you at the worst time. That guy blocked me, preventing me from assailing that agent when he was in the air. This is very trolly so far, but that's what this game is, especially agents. Oh my god, they are preventing me from getting this guy perfectly. Okay, we got him. Goodness gracious, this freaking game. Freaking Kunio games. So, this is where things get really, really, really tense. All the way through. Basically from the mid-game on, things are tense and sweaty, especially in a marathon run, but no more so than in this final area. So that lets us leave here, and then the very next place we have to stop and fight is way worse. So how about 4 agents with periodic lasers? Thankfully, they can make fighting the agents a bit easier. Like, it's give and take, because obviously they're terrible to, like, give you fighting space, but you also see they constantly immediately send the agents into midair, so I can just focus on them like that. So, in a way, this can be slightly... It's also a bit janky, because whenever they're in the middle of their death animations, they still have a chance to be hit by the lasers. So they can be basically at the very end of melting, and then the lasers will save them. And I think that, well, like, look at this. Because his slime happened to be in the middle of the laser area, it revived him for a moment, and cost me time for no reason. Isn't that beautiful? The beauty of life. Alright, here we go. Dr. D, the final boss, right? Let's just punch him because we can. What if I just... So you're not supposed to be fighting him here, but the game shows you the damage values, and it lets you do this. So, during this run, I was trying to see if there was any special way to, like, skip the end of the game by defeating him here. But I do not know if he actually has a health bar here. So I was doing a little bit of labbing during this run. And I just eventually gave up. It's like, I'm just losing time for no reason, but it's still fun. It's fun to just smack somebody around over and over in a Kunio game. What can I say? Speaking of smacking something over and over and over, now what you're supposed to do here is just hit this computer thing until it no longer operates. And the entire time, you have 4 enemies coming after you. Okay, we got it. He wanted to come with me! I'm sorry, I work alone. Alright, and now we're heading to the final main confrontation here. Got a bit of platforming in this next room with enemies coming after me. Conveyor belts. And bottomless pits, oh my. Should be okay. One last room. And then the last place that I have a decent chance of dying. And if we die here, yep, we gotta start all over again from the long lift section. We got 2 agents here, unfortunately. I don't know how I didn't get hit by that. We got, scratch that, we got 3 agents here. Alright, this could be a problem. Okay, he jumped on me. The other agent isn't hitting me yet. 4 agents! Scratch that. Okay, now down to 3 again. So really bad luck with getting agents and the reinforcements. But let's there we go. That's amazing. We got them both in the air at the same time. Alright, sometimes agent fights can go just fine. That is how you do it. And once we collect all the remaining money and we hopefully don't get any more reinforcements, here we go. Dr. D. He's gonna teleport a few times, and now the fight begins. So, I'm only dealing 11 damage here, not very good. This is gonna be a bit of a longer fight, and it's gonna force me to be as good as possible with my infinite combo. Let's do this. Oh shoot, I was a little late. And he can do frame 1 massive AoE attacks. And if he starts into comboing you, you're gonna lose all of your health immediately. I have died to this guy before in a marathon run, in an actual event. I'm gonna wait for him there, just try and play it safe. Thankfully he went airborne. Okay, he was in a bit of an awkward position there. Now he's on the right side of the... Oh, okay, I did the wrong move there. He was gonna be... I couldn't continue it. Anyway, okay, I can't believe I got out of that combo. I forgot the sequence, and I'm gonna pay for it! That was a bad mistake. He got up really fast there, but I grabbed him! That's a unique way to take him out. We did it! We have defeated Dr. D. Come on, man. Just one fist bump for the road. Nobody else wants to do it. Come on! Whatever. Nobody in this town is cool. So, you guessed it, we have to do an escape sequence. Because why not? Let's jump on the dinosaur. Aw. Okay, let's keep going. So... you guessed it! If we fail to escape in time, we gotta do the entire thing over again. All the enemies are gonna be on high alert coming after us the entire time. We got some new hazards in the way. And we have to go through those gimmicky rooms again. So here we go with the laser room. I'm going to gun it here. I'm going to play it risky. Go! We made it. Okay. The lasers have random timings sometimes. Like, I made it through that time, but it doesn't mean I'm going to make it through every time. We've been stopped here because you can't just have one final boss form. Thankfully, this one is completely stun lockable into an infinite death spiral. And it's really easy. So the final form of Dr. D is so trivial. Let's just read some donations and announcements. Perfect timing! Thank you so much! Come on, man! One fist bump! A melting face doesn't want to give me a fist bump? Oh, come on. Okay, now a very scary room here. Those are terrible spawns! Okay, now we got to avoid some people that are on fire. We can get infinitely stun-locked by them, just if we get unlucky. Thankfully, that did not happen. Last room of the game! Come on, give me some fist bumps! Come on! Yes, the running fist bump! Incredible technique! And time! That is River City Ransom Underground. In less than 1 hour and 12 minutes. We did it! Deathless! We did not drop the milk a single time. We got through Merv Tower first try. We got through the endgame first try. We ran into a heck of a lot of walls along the way, and we got knocked down like our lives depended on it. But that is Kunio Games, that is River City Ransom Underground in a nutshell. You cannot control these games. They do whatever the heck they want, and you just gotta be along for the ride. Bobo and Misuzu having a moment. Oh, Bobo have romantic dinner reservations. You go, Bobo. Lovely. We've done it. Thanks to Alex and Ryan's help, the gang was able to put an end to Slick and Dr. D's evil clone army. Because we all saw that coming, right? Alas, nobody became honor students. So bleak. So, that is the long story campaign of River City Ransom Underground. With a lot of tricks, a lot of huge tension. The game, even more so than it showed, can just annihilate me at any moment from full health bar to 0. And there were a couple of moments that I was saved by a couple of different elements. Like, in Merv Tower, I thankfully still had access to my tutorial stamina when I got just bodied by the cops, just basically thrusting me into the line of fire of the fighter jet. That was special. Shoutouts to everybody who worked on this game. Again, you all got so much crap for things that were all out of your control. Thank you for bringing this game to us so that I can be able to share it with the world like this. And for those of you watching this, if you made it this far, watching the entire thing, I salute you. Thank you so much. I really hope you enjoyed that, and I hope that you find that this game could have a suitable place in your event. It's a dream of mine to be able to show the thrills and just live out all the anxiety of this run with everybody on a big stage. So thank you for considering me for that. And I wish all of you the best that life has to offer. If you have any questions about this, feel free to contact me with provided contact mediums. I already said that in the intro, but still. And shoutouts to a few people. Deadlock is 84 or 87. It's been a while. I'm so sorry. And Nice, or Nice, the original runners of this game, who already had found a lot of things, like the West Quick Kill, and a lot of the proper routing, and some of the cutscene skips, and all that stuff, doing a great job before I ever touched this game, even casually, properly. Shoutouts to all of you. Great work. And thank you to my community. Thank you, everybody. And have a beautiful one. Dream on, folks. Peace. Take care. That is all that I've got for you today. Those were all of my submissions for AGDQ 2026, which I have also used for some other marathons. I did submit Maki Paw Fury and Super Dodgeball Brawlers to Pixels for People 2026 as well, the marathon that Carter Freak puts on for a child charity. So we'll see what the end of this year and beyond holds, but I very, very much hope that I can be accepted with one or more of these games for AGDQ 2026. Sorry, Pixels for People 2025, not 2026. I hope that one or more of these games can be accepted for AGDQ 2026. But yeah, like I feel really passionate about the potential of River City Ransom Underground for a crowd environment. It's just so action-packed. There's so much going on. There are so many moments for hamming up the tension and drama, and I can just imagine that being really electrifying. But we'll see. For now, I am going to go ahead and raid Best of NES because something very big is happening today. The Big 20 race, number 21. They are getting toward the latter stages of this race, actually. We got maybe an hour or less to go, as tons and tons and tons of people are simultaneously racing 20 NES games in a row. Not all of them are full game runs. Some of them are, but some of them are just kind of partial game goals. And that's who I'm rating on Twitch. It's a very cool biannual event. But thank you all so much for joining me on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you, Stellaris Player, Will Bobsled, Lucky, Zyzy. Sorry if I'm missing or forgetting anybody. Everybody who joined along the way. Silver. A few other people on... I need to see what your name was on YouTube. Sago. Yeah, my fingers are crossed as well. Thank you all so much. It was a joy to have you today. I should probably start streaming more again, but vibes have been weird. I've been doing a lot of work on these submissions as well, and so I've just been wanting to rest. But in any case, I wish all of you the very best that life has to offer. I'll see you again sometime soon. Until then, have a beautiful one. Thank you so much. Thank you.